Hello, beasties. Loki's devices aren't quite connected yet, so we're waiting on that. We got the clickies. Loki's devices aren't quite connected yet, so we're waiting. So I'm just going to shut that off. Usually I've closed that out by now. I apologize. So how is everybody doing? I see you there, Amanda. Let me see if I can get the court feed up. There you are. Let me see where. Wait, what? Oh, that's last year. Let me see if I can find it.
So what are you going to do about your stream then?
Don't know. Oh, there we go. Watching of the live. The court is currently on a break, which is good. Give me a second. Give me just a minute or two here, folks. Hide that. I'm going to share it. I need that to hide. I need this to go over here. State of Florida. Let's see. Yep, I'm here. Okay. Lokiness, I sent the law and crime link over to you. Although we still don't have a cut cage for that. There it is. Hello? Yeah, get back on there. There you go. You stay there for a minute. So this is about the moment that I would usually be whipping out the quick latch, but we didn't know this was we didn't know they were getting started at this point. No idea. We're not even sure where they're at because usually they give us a timer of some description, and we don't have one. Micro Loki. Yeah, originally scheduled that for 10 o'clock. All right, Patty may or may not be here right away. She's actually working today, so we don't know how much she's going to be able to comment. Sandy, you're not that much later than we were. The only reason we're having a stream right now at all is because, I was poking around in my subscriptions and saw Kurt. I said, doesn't that sounds familiar? Why is that familiar? Oh shit. So yeah. Yeah, no, it's went and clicked in there, and yeah, no, there's opening. There's somebody making an argument about how this thing goes. Pretty sure it was the prosecution's argument though, so that might be a good sign. Maybe, kind of, sort of. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? That. Sorry, folks. Still got to get my coffee. Loki will have her stuff together here in a few minutes. Hey JMK, how you doing, man? I see some of my minions are here. We got to get more UVCs to come hang out to come be minions because that'll be fun. Okay. Needless to say, I think my live stream is supposed to be happening here in about an hour and a half. Or yeah, the one's happening here in a little over an hour. Yeah, I think that's going to get postponed a bit. On the upside, it won't have to be pushed back that far. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know how long they're going to go today, but I should be able to go. I should be able to go on after we get finished here. So that. Yes, that's right. I'm putting around in my kitchen. Well, we were looking forward to actually being on time with this because minions, yes, all the minions. Minions are great critters. They do lots of fun things, like snark at me while I play video games. Because, well, according to some of them, I suck. That's okay though. You get to watch me die in some rather interesting ways this time. It'll be fun. Okay. Hey there, Muffin. How you doing today? Sorry about this. Sorry about the Snap live stream, but yeah, opening arguments are a thing. It says opening arguments ambush, as in we were ambushed by them. Apparently, jury selection didn't take as long as they were expecting it to. I just don't know which day the court is taking off. If I remember right, it was Friday the last time. Okay, I don't need. Yes, I already hit the like button. Please hit the like button on your way in. Yes, better late to the game than not at all. Besides, we can do an extra live stream with the prosecution's opening argument. Yep. Right there, I sent Loki the link to today's Law and Crime coverage, so we're going to see. And of course, today is Wednesday. I don't know. It seems like conviction rates have been pretty high around here, Muffin. That's just it, JMK. I have no idea. I saw that that Uncivil Law was live streaming it. Said, "Holy shit, that's the case we wanted." Called Loki. The stream got set up. That was it. It was boom, boom, boom. I do know that they were going over the that the lawyer was going over the school, a map of the school. I don't even know how long Kurt's been on. Well, you know, could have ignored it. Didn't. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? There it is. Okay. Actually, it's been less than an hour. Kurt is playing Tears of the Kingdom right now. And his stream is less than an hour old. So, who knows? That's okay. We'll get there. Hey, E. Caroline. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that too. It probably would help if he wasn't entirely inexperienced. Like completely and totally inexperienced. You know what, Carol? I wasn't sure who it was that was doing that. I don't know if we're are the opening statements concluded? I would. You're gonna have to tell us what. Can you give us the cliff notes? That would be good. Because if you've got cliff notes, that would be great. We might have to have a watch party for the opening arguments.
Hello, beasties. Welcome to the lair. How's everybody?
They all appear to be breathing. Or at least the ones we have here. Caroline, JMK, Sandy. Amanda was here a little while ago. I haven't seen her in the chat in the last few minutes, but yeah,
Okay. Well, I just got home, guys. I had to get little one from school. It was her last day of school. I will be back in 1 second. Let me get her settled. I see they're still on break. And
yeah,
I will
I think
say
they took
hello to
their lunch
everyone
break
momentarily.
after both. Looks like we had the defense opening here a little bit ago.
Okay, well, I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay. 1,000.
Babe.
Brock, not today. Not today.
Okay. I'll lay off. Dang it! Yeah, I think we missed them both. Mac cheese with French cut green beans and a couple of eggs. That sounds like actually pretty good. Hey, Danny, we haven't seen you lately. We were wondering if we were starting to wonder if you were okay. We don't like being worried. Rar. And Loki will be back momentarily, I'm sure. Although I do need to. I'm just not sure whose feed they're using. All right. Yes, well, we know. Don't forget to smash the like. Yeah, there's some more timers that aren't working. I have to get that. I have to get that sorted out. Yes, we did. We have discovered this. Caroline managed to watch them, but we haven't seen much of. We haven't asked. Yeah. Hide the current comment. Yes, Nick, we do know the openings have already happened, and we were not aware that they were going on today. Yes, this is the lunch break. Well, I kind of figured it was the lunch. I kind of figured it was lunch break, but seems like it would be about that time. Yeah, we could always go back and rewatch later. I'm not even sure what a lady man is in this context there, Arto. Nice, good to see you though. Really is. Oh, come on. Can't be that bad. They actually get some menus to order from. Okay, cool. That means we won't have all that many hours that we. That means we won't have that many hours to watch. I don't know how long the individual openings were though, so kind of a thing. Actually, you might be able to tell us there, Nick. How long were the openings for this trial? Yeah, was it all done this morning, or was there some yesterday? Because it would suck if there was some yesterday and nobody noticed. It was all this morning. Cool. So we didn't miss as much as as we might have. Okay. And Loki's probably hearing us, so. Oh, really? Half an hour? Was that all? Seems like it probably should have been more than that. Okay, cool. 30 minutes. That means we've got about an hour or so worth of catch up. So cool. Do we have any idea which day they have off during the week? Oh, okay. All right. So, did we get to hear the sidebars, or are we not hearing the sidebars? Yeah, no. I thought we thought it was going to be a jury selection until for about another few days, but apparently not. The squirrel spotted somebody else live streaming this. Ah, no. Well, that's one way, I suppose, and not a completely terrible way at that. Yeah, well, I couldn't comment about that, there, Danny. But this guy seems to have this that name does seem to be somewhat cursed.
Okay, hello, all my beasties. Welcome to the lair. Sorry, I was late. This wasn't supposed to start today. So seated a jury a couple days early. Um, so here we are. Hey Nick, hey Amanda, hey Sandy, hey Croc, hey Creed, hey Danny, hey Caroline, how Danny, hey Ardo, hey Muffin, hey JMK, hey Amanda, I think I got everyone. Okay.
Yeah, they're on lunch for the moment. If you wanna take the feed, I've sent you a link to it on Discord there, Loki.
You have somewhere to go be?
Hmm?
What?
No, no, but I will have
Yes.
kids coming home here in a few hours, and we don't want
Yeah,
this.
hold on
We
one
want a whole bunch
second.
of noise. I need to be able to mute, and I can't while I'm providing the feed for reasons I don't
Oh.
get.
What?
If you'll remember, I can't mute my microphone while hosting the feed, or it cuts the audio completely.
Okay.
I don't know what causes that, but I do know that it doesn't work very well. It doesn't work very well if people are trying to keep track of things. But you're coming back to testimony. Well, they're going to start testimony after lunch.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. I will stop the screen.
Okay.
Stop my screen. Background.
Hey, Raz.
Hey, Raz. What's up, man?
Oh, you don't gotta yell, Croc.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm on my channel, Princess.
I just caught.
Hold on 1 second.
Hey.
Sandy, I've been better, but we'll see. Yeah, Creed, we're supposed to be in jury selection. It wasn't supposed to go till Monday or Friday at the earliest. So I guess they got done quicker. I was on my way back. Little one only had a half day because it was her last day of school. Yes, my little Wednesday only had a half day of school. So we are here.
Actually, since Nick was watching, do they know what day the court has off here for this trial?
I don't know if they're taking a day off. It was originally listed as going in a couple days on the 9th. I do know that the judge from the Cruz part was officially sanctioned yesterday.
The judge from which part?
From Cruz, the actual shooter.
Oh, yeah?
Was sanctioned.
For what?
Inappropriate judicial comments, hugging the prosecutor after the trial, and chastising them for what she thought was them dragging her kids in and threatening her kids.
That's no good. We can't have that.
And so she stepped down right after the trial, but was formally admonished yesterday publicly.
As in, she gave up her seat on the court?
Yeah, she stepped down right after it. Somebody thinks she's getting her own, Judge Judy style show. No one's really certain. But she stepped down before that even happened. She wasn't showing favoritism towards the prosecution. It was that she hugged them while still wearing her robe right after sentencing. And it was right after she had chastised some of the inappropriate defense comments. Creed, it was an official sanction, which in the US can just be a slap on the wrist when it's public, that a statement's made for judges. She didn't uphold judicial decorum, they said.
Now, if she's going to hug your prosecutor, wait till she's off camera.
She was off camera. But she still had her robe on.
Okay, take the robe off first.
Whatever. She already was planning on not staying. So no one really knows. They did say it wasn't related to this that she stepped down for. There was already something in the works.
Okay.
So, I don't know much about the judge. But yeah, it can be an official sanction just for bad. Judge, don't do it again. That does count as a judicial sanction. So they're at lunch till what, 1:30 my time?
I don't know. Sometime eventually. Probably somewhere near there.
Okay, so about 6 minutes. Princess, can you bring me my phone from the floor?
Okay.
No, okay.
This might have would die.
You're grumpy.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of the wrong time.
Okay, honey, hold on. Hey, Valentino doggy. Maybe they're having pizza. Who knows?
Anyway, folks, if you're just hopping in here, please remember to do the likey, subscribe, the YouTubey things.
Yes, please do the like, subscribe, YouTubey things, the share. We are 105 people away from monetization, and hopefully we can hit it. And there's the Venmo and the PayPal, and hopefully in the not too distant future we will be able to have memberships and such. So let's get to our numbers, guys. We can do it. And thank you to all those who sent well wishes. I am fighting COVID still, along with double pneumonia.
Well, you sound quite a bit better than you did the last time.
It's because I just got out of the car. But I have double pneumonia and COVID. Because why not? Because why would I not find a way to die? Being screamed at about the Little Mermaid in one ear.
Why are you being screamed at about the Little Mermaid?
I'll
What?
because Micro, well, my little Wednesday,
She wants to go see it.
because little Wednesday wants to see it.
I have been told that is not a good idea.
But it's all good. Thanks, Mindy. I'm starting to feel better. So I'm a little low energy, that's why. I'm usually okay for a couple hours and it gets really bad and I have to go lay down. I'm not allowed to stop my infusions.
Huh?
And I'm not allowed to stop my infusions. So recovering is harder. Not to mention, recovery's a little bit rough on me right now. But yeah, by the end of the day, I'm pretty much can't breathe, lay in bed, exhaustion. I may wake up, 12 hours later. One of those days. So we'll push through and get through it, guys.
He's okay. If it's bad enough, I can do this. I can do it myself.
No, we're good. We're good. There might be a day or two where, I'm a little bit low energy. You guys know why. I'm getting back there.
Uh-oh.
What?
Somebody's computer objected to something.
Yeah, I don't want Windows 11.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
it keeps asking me if I want Windows 11.
you keep telling it no.
I do. Although I'll have to rely on you for a little bit tomorrow, Croc. I have an appointment with the surgeon.
Ooh. No, that's fine. We're good.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm not necessarily as effective with your audience as you are, but I can still work it.
It's fine. Creed, if you curse me with that, I will come over there and drown you in the first toilet I see.
Uh-oh.
He's hoping for the yada, yada, yada.
Well, he's wondering what that.
I don't care. Don't curse me with some stupid line. Between what, if any, and yada, 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 I'm going to have PTSD.
I don't know if you can get multiple types of PTSD.
You can. It's just considered complex PTSD. So, how are all my loves? Thank you, Ardo. That was a very sweet offer of you.
Post-trial stress disorder now. Okay.
Hey, Patty.
Uh-oh. Is there yes, there's a Sanji in the chat now. And there's a
Hey,
Patty. I sent
Sanj.
Patty a link a little while ago.
She's busy at
She's
work.
working.
Hey, Sanji.
Okay. She will join when she can.
That's fine.
Exciting things going on in courtrooms. This is Broward County.
Yeah, this is Broward County, and this is where I'm going to lose my shit. Because this is over the dude that couldn't be bothered to go running in during the school shooting and hid. So I'm sure I'll have at least 803 meltdowns.
Creed, no. Just don't. That poor kid, I swear. If you want a daughter named Zion, if you want somebody to have a daughter named Zion, just go get yourself a woman and make one. Yeah, that would be a bad hill to die on. Oh. So I see Creed's in fine form today.
Fair warning, guys. I know I'm low at kind of lower energy, and I know I'm little cranky, but you'll have to forgive me. 2 weeks of COVID and double pneumonia will do that to you.
Yes, it will. On the upside,
I
antibiotics
haven't died yet.
are probably not hurting the pneumonia.
They haven't really been doing much other than tearing up my stomach.
I agree that it would be accurate, Ardo, but that's a silly reason to saddle a kid with that name. Very silly. Creed's got a fair question. You want to field that one?
Give me 1 second.
Wow, we are both totally high energy today.
I'm just trying to finish the couple things because this went early and I was in the middle of something. Hold on.
Okay.
Creed, it is pneumonia in each lung. So double pneumonia. I have it on both sides. Yeah, both lungs have it. and I have masses in both of my lungs, so that doesn't help. I'm not really working with a whole lot of free space. And we are having a big feelings day. So this should be fun.
Oh boy. Dare I ask?
What?
Dare I ask?
Little people having big feelings.
Ah, okay. That does happen sometimes.
Yeah, and it was, last day of school. Spent most of the day meeting with lawyers. Hopefully they're back soon. If you go need your lunch or snack or drink, go get yourself some stuff. Hopefully they should be back from lunch soon.
No, sadly.
Hopefully they should be back soon.
Soon. Yeah, I've got coffee here, and that's it. Soon, TM. Yep. That reminds me. Speaking of, I need to do something with this. All right. Let me see. Croc Brew. Yeah, no, you are not getting anywhere near there, Ardo. Okay. Yeah, I would go to Rochester. There, Creed. China's being all weird. Rochester's a nice town. You'll like it. Oh, there's activity.
And we back.
Yay. Yeah, so they're still doing the 45-minute lunchtime thing. We should have about 5 hours. I don't know what time court started this morning.
I don't know either, but it's Eastern Standard, so
It means I probably have to be at my desk by 6.
well, it's summer for me, so it's not a big issue.
Wow. That's kind of entertaining. Nightbot got auto modded. Poor Nightbot. Pretty sure Nightbot has to have moderator privileges.
We can deal with that later. I'm not discussing Nightbot on stream.
Okay. This is a nice courtroom. Not quite as cozy as the last floor courtroom we saw. Yes, we all thought that, Mayor McNeil.
Mayor, it was supposed to go on the 9th at the earliest.
Well,
and I guess they seated a jury faster than they thought they could.
Well, today's the 7th. Everybody give thanks to Curtino because his live stream of this earlier.
That are the same, but most of the
Hey,
menu is
Scot.
different. And I'm also going to say that a lot of the menu is seafood.
How you feeling today, man? Ardo. You play nice.
Mate, Ardo is playing nice.
I mean, isn't it fairly well documented this guy kind of just bailed in the Parkland
Yeah.
case?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, we can discuss that later.
Okay.
We'll let some of this play out before we discuss personal feelings. I mean, like, feel free to roast him on trial once he starts talking. There's a small person with a tablet.
Ah, okay. Okay, have fun, Mayor McNeil. So apparently the actual opening arguments were about half an hour or so apiece.
Yeah, and less than uninspired.
On the part of the defense, apparently. With some sidebars during the defense opening.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, they were less than inspired. So we'll see.
Mayor McNeil has a question for you.
Loki is feeling a little bit rough. I have double pneumonia on top of my COVID. So we are gonna push through. I'm a little low energy. You know why? But we are gonna push through. I've missed all the beasties. We are 105 people away from that magic 1,000. You know, you can always donate through Venmo or PayPal for the fund. Otherwise, hopefully I'll be able to get my 105, and then we can monetize and have, channel memberships and all that fun stuff.
Maybe they were doing an hour break? I don't know. Either that, there's a bunch of stuff going on that we're not hearing.
Doubt it. Jury hasn't been back in yet.
Everybody, well, I don't know.
Like I said, it's going a day or like it's going early, so I don't know that everyone was ready to go. But, yeah, I mean, I apologize for the low energy. I'll get over it, guys. I will find some energy and get over it. That's great, Sod. I'm happy for you, honey.
Mr. Killer and Mr. Klinger present for the state. I have Mr. Eiglar's present with Mr. Peterson, who likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State, anything you need me to address before?
No, Judge.
Defense, anything you need me to address?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It's my understanding from speaking with the state that their next witnesses might include people who want to introduce certain video clips. And we have filed a motion in limine to preclude those from being admitted. And the court had never ruled on those motions.
How long are the video clips?
minute and a half.
Okay. Can we turn off the screen? I need to see what we're talking about, so you're gonna have to play the video. State, are these items marked?
Yes, they are.
Okay. As soon as the court personnel have turned off the appropriate screens. Says who these are gonna come into?
Well, we have the next witness is Danielle Gilbert, and this is a video that she took on her cell phone inside the classroom.
Okay, is it marked?
It is, it's pre-marked as state C.
No, I'm gonna ask you to play so I can see.
Yes, sir.
Ian, are we good with everything? Okay.
Judge, Ms. Gilbert recorded, I believe, seven videos. We've only chosen two. That was the videos that have the students that are injured or anything graphic. These are for the audio element of what was able to be.
Sure. All right, so this is the first video on State's Exhibit C for identification.
Yes.
Let me make sure.
Is the state going to introduce the video portion or just the audio portion?
It's the video and,
Is this attorney 3?
Yes.
So I can see it, attorney 3.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, no, the audio is going to play. Yeah, there's nothing to do about that. The audio is going to play. Go ahead, sir.
Sandy, that was the fire alarm that somebody pulled when they heard gunshots. The other noise was gunshots. It is the audio.
Muffin, this is for the cop / guard that ran away, not the shooter. I think he's already been convicted.
Nicholas Cruz pled guilty and was already sentenced. This is the cop that didn't go in.
I don't necessarily disagree with you there, Muffin.
Guys, this is probably going to be pretty hard to listen to, fair warning. I have heard the audio before. You will hear lots of kids pleading for help in their lives. So I'm going to warn you now. What is going on?
Look, the new area tomorrow.
What?
I just can't wait to see the new area tomorrow. This will happen.
Okay, hold on.
I wish it was upstream. That's what mine. I don't need to just see it.
Okay.
I wish it was up boosted. You will see. These people's tails are very heavy. That makes it that I mean you see, but
First of all, what's important
now we way much.
is that any probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. Let's start with the probative value. I don't think that there's any. This was from the first floor. as you can tell from both of our opening arguments, no one's contesting the fact that my client wasn't even at the scene when those shots were fired. So there's zero value. Secondly, the sounds are inconsistent. So if their argument is, well, we're doing it to show a particular sound, you've got probably 4 or 5 different sounds being made depending upon where the shots are coming from. And clearly, I'm going to use words to articulate the emotion, but you have a student writhing in agony. You hear somebody yell, "Help me." This is very hard to watch. It's an appeal to sympathy. It's on the prejudicial side of the scale. And on balance, that's more significant than any probative value.
Okay, Ms. Gomes, anything you want to tell me in response? Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. The jury is going to make a determination that he was only able to hear 2 to 3 gunshots. On that audio, we are able to hear the gunshots that are taking place, not on the first floor, but on the 3rd floor after the fire alarm has already stopped. It also shows that the fire alarm only went off for very short.
Guys, I have it turned up as loud as I can. It's the court audio.
Those additional shots that we hear going off in the background can be heard and are loud and are clear.
Which
Okay,
is
so,
notoriously bad.
over the defense objection, I do find that it's probative. It does outweigh any prejudicial effect. It's certainly relevant to issues that have been raised, and the jury's going to have to determine over the defense objection, which is otherwise preserved, assuming, of course, that the item is otherwise properly admitted. The defense objection to state's Exhibit C for identification at this time is going to be overruled. When the witness is on the witness stand, if the state does intend to move it into evidence defense, I'll ask you if you have any additional objections based on the witness's testimony. We'll go from there. Okay? Okay, that's over the defense objection. Any other exhibits as to this witness?
The witness that will be testifying after is Ivy Seamus. Through Ms. Seamus, we will be entering in a video that was taken inside of her classroom. And I'll let Mr. Klingberg.
Is that item marked?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
This is state's D for identification?
Yes, sir.
How long is this video?
Very short.
Seconds, 13
13
seconds.
seconds at the most.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see it.
Bardo, I will at the break.
And what floor is this classroom in state's Exhibit D for identification?
It was in the, excuse me, first floor, classroom 1214, I believe, Judge.
Okay, defense, again, I'll count everything you've already told me as you having repeated. Anything else you want to tell me regarding state's Exhibit D for identification?
Yeah, just one more argument. What that then depicts is what the sounds sounded like from wherever that person was on the first floor, which had nothing to do with my client, who wasn't even there yet, and how that recording registered that sound in that particular classroom, which has zero relevance to how my client would have heard the sound significantly further away by the 700 to 800 building. And this building we're talking about has hurricane-proof windows and is significant. That's what the evidence will show. It has clearly, I mean, if you're human and you're not a sociopath, that was very prejudicial. And again, we don't want the jurors being...
Okay, I resent that. I am human. I am not a sociopath. And I can sit here just fine through that.
Gave you before. Anything additional you want to tell me, Mr. Clinton?
Because that is my job. going towards that sound and into that building is my job, just like it is his job.
Okay, so for State's Exhibit D for identification, again, assuming.
Get
proper
over it.
predicate is laid for the admission of the
Don't
item,
whine
would be over the defense
that
objection. I likewise
it
find these
is
two clips
too
to be probative.
prejudicial to your
The probative value
client.
outweighs the prejudicial
Just
effect,
because
goes
your
to the heart of
client
issues that the
didn't
jurors are
have
gonna
the
have to determine.
balls to
That
do
is
his
going to be over the
job
defense objection, which is otherwise preserved. State, anything else I need to look at?
does not mean
No, Jerry, can we have 2 minutes, please? I think the witness.
Apparently, he thought otherwise because that doesn't scare me. At least not anymore. There was a time when it did. I remember that time. It was a long time ago.
Croc, handle the Nightbot thing, please.
I'm working on it.
Arto magazine, not Clip magazine. I think they're essentially doing motions in limine. Jury isn't in here and we're arguing motions in limine and evidentiary motions hearings.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have this done. I'll have that done in a minute.
That's fine. I just want to go smack a defense attorney already. Don't tell me something is prejudicial. It is my job to walk
Pending
into
the outcome
that.
of my ruling, some of this evidence is about to be played again. The jury, with the state getting a fair trial. Likewise, I cannot let anything interfere with the defense getting a fair trial. So if at any point in time you think it's more appropriate to leave the courtroom, please feel free to do so. If something happens in the gallery that causes the jurors to turn their heads, that will be my indication. If the jury is not looking at the evidence, if they're not listening to the lawyers, if they turn their heads to see something that's taking place in the gallery, I'm going to ask BSO to handle that situation. I don't want to have to do that. So again, if you think it's smarter to.
I have a feeling this judge is going to keep a much tighter rein on the courtroom.
Okay, please bring the jury back in.
Sandy, I have never had the urge to flee. I have always had the overriding urge to run into the building collapse, burning building, and run towards it. My dad said I have no self-preservation instincts. Sandy, I will make sure that I try and warn everybody adequately as things go on. So if you need to mute audio, that you're able to. That's why I made the comment that it's going to be hard to listen to. We're going to hear children pleading for their lives. You're going to hear people that are injured. We're going to hear gunshots. Caroline, you don't need to push myself ahead of you. If we're there together and in danger, I don't need that push. I have spent 17 years of my career so that others may live.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
And that's in no way me being like, oh, thank me for my service. It is just
Ladies and gentlemen,
ingrained
welcome
and
back.
you
Come
are
on,
not.
Put your back at those same seats. You may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out.
I want to know what's on that sign on the front of the bench. Anyway, Nightbot should be
Ladies and gentlemen,
sorted out
welcome
now.
back. I hope you had a nice
At least
lunch.
that part.
Number one, I apologize for the brief delay in getting started this afternoon. Please don't blame the lawyers for that. You can blame me for that, but I promise you we were in here working. That's number one. Number two, before we took the lunch break, you had heard the opening statements. So at this point, we're going to begin the state's presentation. State, when you are ready, you may call your first witness.
Judge, the state calls Danielle Gilbert.
If I could please have you come all the way up here to the witness stand. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, if you can just stop and look at me.
So the NFL player that was on trial is
Raise your right hand.
not guilty.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Danielle Gilbert, DANIELLE GILBERT.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Danielle. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently live.
Hi, my name is Danielle Gilbert and I live in Orlando.
Are you in school in Orlando or are you working?
I just graduated from UCF. I graduated with my bachelor's in criminal justice with a minor in psychology.
Now, Danielle, where do you plan on living once you leave Orlando?
Once I leave Orlando in July, I'm moving back down here to Pompano.
And are you from the South Florida area?
Yes, I am.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
What city is that in?
Parkland, Florida.
I'd like to direct your attention to February of 2018. What year of high school were you in that year?
I was a junior.
Now, specifically, February 14th, 2018. Did you attend school that day?
Yes.
Can you please explain for the jury what was going on at school prior to 2 p.m. that day?
Yes. So that day, February 14th, 2018, it was
Hey there.
Valentine's Day.
AW.
It was just, typical Wednesday.
Good to see you.
Just happened to be a holiday.
I know,
Everyone
we're
was
totally
in
high energy. We
great
weren't
spirits,
expecting this.
super happy. Balloons everywhere, stuffed animals, chocolates, handing out roses and carnations. It was just, typical. It's actually a really great day at school. Just went through our typical classes, periods, doing schoolwork, lunch in the cafeteria, just what you would assume a normal day would look like.
Were those types of festivities common with holidays at your high school?
Yeah, if it was like a holiday, people would like Halloween dress up, Valentine's Day, bring stuffed animals, just typical things you would assume for holidays.
Now, turning your attention to 4th period, what building were you in?
I was in the 1200 building.
Would a map of the school aid in your testimony today?
Yes.
mention the 1200 building, but before that, we're going to start with the actual campus.
No objection.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Danielle, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states. A, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Papa,
That is.
this is the Marjorie
layout, or I guess,
Stoneman
the bird's eye
Douglas
view of
school
the
shooting,
campus.
And is
where
this
the
a fair and
shooter
accurate
was
depiction of
Nicholas
Stoneman
Cruz.
Douglas
He
campus?
pled guilty
Judge, at this time, state moves. What's
and escaped the death penalty. We just had his sentencing. This is the trial against
Without
the
objection,
police
state's AFR identification is
officer,
now going to be in evidence. That's
sorry,
going to
the
be state's
sheriff's
exhibit 1.
deputy who stood outside the building and did not go in even while he stood there and listened to the shooting. So it's essentially a dereliction of duty.
Cowardice before the enemy.
Ms. Combs, do you want to use the overhead?
Yes, please.
Do we need? She can see, the witness can see it. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
All right, Judge, I'm going to publish what is now in evidence as states 1. Danielle, can you see the image in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you describe for the members of the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is going to be a bird's eye view layout of Stoneman Douglas. The brown buildings you see are going to be all of the buildings that make up the campus. The top right is going to be the senior lot, where the seniors would go and park for school. On the left-hand side is going to be the football field with the track, the baseball field, tennis courts, and just open fields and just everything that encompasses the campus.
You should be able to interact with the screen, Danielle. I'm going to ask you to.
I will warn everybody now again, A, this isn't going to be easy to listen to, and B, I'm going to lose my mind when that idiot David Hogg takes the stand. There are 22 defense witnesses possible.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to ask you to circle for the jury the 1200 building.
That's going to be right.
At the building that you
Yeah, Papa, this is the I have no balls,
Yes.
and I'm going to stand there and listen to kids pleading for their life while there's a school shooter while I cower outside a building.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Danielle, I'm showing you what's pre-marked as states B. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the layout of the first floor of the 1200 building.
Does this map fairly and accurately depict the layout of the first floor?
Yes, it does.
The state moves into evidence. What's been pre-marked as
Any objection?
Not at all.
Without objection, going to be in evidence that is state's exhibit 2
permission to publish?
as soon as Ms. Wilcox marks it.
Now publishing states 2.
Need to
Can
clear.
I was going to say, can I?
Thank you.
Danielle, are you able to see states 2 in front of
Yes,
you?
I am.
Okay, describe for the jury what we're looking at in states 2.
So that's going to be the layout of the first floor of the 1200 building. On your left-hand side is going to be the west
David
entrance.
Hogg is
On
the
your right-hand
idiot
side is going to be the east
that's like
entrance.
super
Can you describe for
anti-gun that
us
came out of
the
the park
stairwells
when the shooting
on
was
both
all
sides
over
of
the
the building?
news.
Yes, so
He's a
there's
moron.
a stairwell.
He's still
If you
doing it.
see, it says 1200 B and 1200A on the bottom left and top right hand
Still a
corner.
moron
Those are going to be
with
the two
no
staircases
balls.
for that building. When you enter, it's just what you would assume is your typical staircase. It just goes up and around up until you get until the third floor.
Which classroom were you in during fourth period on the 14th?
I was in classroom 1213, right?
The record, witness has circled classroom 1213. What class was that?
It was advanced placement psychology.
Do you remember what your teacher's name was?
Yes, Miss Ronit Rayovan.
Now, describe for us what happened while you were in your fourth period class.
So, fourth period, typical class as it normally would be. Just go in, sit down when the bell rings. Miss Rayovan stood up at the front of the class and taught her lesson that day, as she always does. It was everything was going normal, listening to her lecture, and then about 20 minutes before the bell rang was when we heard the first shot, and immediately we dropped to the ground and started running to, I guess what you would call safety, just basically away from the door where the individual wouldn't be able to see us who was shooting. So we heard the first shot, immediately ran over to the corner of the room, and there was about 30 of us in the classroom, so we were all kind of at an L in the corner that's not by the door, and we just sat there and huddled and held each other, just in hopes that what we thought wasn't happening, or what we thought was happening wasn't happening.
Can I back you up to that first
Yes.
shot that you heard? When you first heard that first noise, did you know that it was a gunshot?
Instantly.
And how did you know that?
The sound was just unmistakable. It was the loudest, ear-piercing, horrific thing I've ever heard in my life.
Why did students take the approach that they did in response to that shot? Why did you position yourselves in the classroom in those particular positions?
A lot of it was instinctual. So originally when the first shot went off, we actually ran towards the window of the classroom, and Miss Rayovan instructed us to run away from the window so that we were out of sight. And so once we went into what we would call the hard corner, basically away from view, we all just grabbed a spot as quickly as we could and just sat and ducked and held together as closely as we could.
Was that procedure, that process of moving away from the windows, something that you had all practiced in the event of an emergency?
No, it wasn't. I think instinctually you hear a noise like that and you run away from it. And Miss Rayovan, just something came over her and told her to make sure that we were all away from the window and away from view. And so she was the one that instructed us to go towards the other side of the classroom, the south side of the classroom, away from view of the window.
The teacher kind of took over what was happening in the classroom
Yes.
as far as directing you?
Yes.
Okay, and did you all follow the teacher's instructions as to which area to go to?
Yes.
Did she direct you to certain places? You said away from the window. What about the door?
So the reason she instructed us not to go towards the window is because in the door of the classroom, there is a small window that you can look through and see the inside. So since we were running towards the window on the opposite side of where the door is, we would have been in plain sight. So she instructed us to come basically towards the door, but away from the view of the window inside the door, so that we weren't in plain sight and that we were in a spot, basically the only spot in the classroom that was a good hiding place.
As you all are hiding, do you hear additional shots?
Yes.
Approximately how many gunshots do you then hear in addition to that first shot?
I don't know the exact number, but it sounded like a lot.
And it's okay if you don't know the exact.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you know an approximate number?
I don't.
As you're sitting there and you're hearing the gunshots, what happens inside your classroom?
So we were hearing the first of the many gunshots that were to come. And we were just sitting there basically just waiting. And after however long it was, I want to say it was about a minute and a half, then he shot into classroom 1213, the classroom that I was in. He injured 4 people in my class, killing one of them. And then he moved on and continued, and we just sat there and waited.
Now, when you say he, you're referencing the shooter.
Correct.
And describe for us what happens when he actually shoots into the classroom.
Yeah, so he shot through the window that was in the door of the classroom and injured the 4 students that were the most in view, I guess, for lack of better words.
And who were those 4 students?
It was Benjamin McCander, Samantha Mayer, Madeline Wilford, and Carmen Chenchup was murdered.
After those gunshots go off in the classroom, did the shooter proceed away from your classroom?
Yes, and I was only aware of this because the sounds of the shots slowly started to decrease and not be able to really hear it anymore.
And were you able to track when the sounds of the gunfire were closer to you versus further away from you?
Yeah, you could definitely tell whether he was right outside the door or not near you.
You're inside the classroom, and you said it's for approximately 20 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes from the time that he started shooting to the time that the police came to our classroom.
During those 20 minutes, did any officers walk by? Did you see any officers outside of the classroom window?
No, not during those 20 minutes. There was no one outside our classroom. No.
And what are you physically observing during those 20 minutes?
So while we're sitting there in the classroom, after he had already shot into our class, we were basically just grabbing blankets and tourniquets and it wasn't actually a tourniquet, it was just anything that we could get our hands on. People were taking off their jackets, taking off blankets, and just wrapping it around the students that were in.
Was it the goal that students were rendering aid to each other?
I think in that moment, we were all just so in such unbelievable shock that there really wasn't anything that any student did that was purposeful, I guess you can say, that they had practiced or knew what to do. Everything was just in the moment, instinctual stuff that it just came to us in the moment. We just knew what we needed to do.
What were you thinking during those 20 minutes?
I was just waiting for the police. It was the longest 20 minutes of my entire life. It felt like eternity. And the whole time we were all just waiting for the police to come, just have somebody knock on the door and take us out of that.
You know who Deputy Peterson was?
Yes, I did.
What did you know him to be?
I knew him as the police officer that was assigned to Stone Douglas.
Did you know that Deputy Peterson carried a firearm?
I did, yes.
Did Deputy Peterson ever enter your classroom that day?
He did not.
Did he ever enter the hallway?
He did not.
Did you ever see Deputy Peterson assist any students that day?
I did not.
A moment to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
Danielle, while you were in the classroom, did you make any phone calls?
I did, yes.
Who did you call?
My mom.
Why did you call your mother?
Instinct. I just, in that moment, felt like I needed to hear my mom's voice and she needed to hear mine.
Did you also use your phone to make any recordings?
Yes, I did.
First witness.
You may.
Ms. Gilbert, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as states C. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the flash drive that I signed saying that those are the videos that I took.
And the videos that were taken on your phone were placed on this flash drive?
Yes, they were.
Judge, the state moves what's been pre-marked as state C to evidence at state 3.
Any additional objection?
No addition.
Over the defense objection. State C for identification will now be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 3. Is going to be publishing State's Exhibit.
I am just.
Yeah.
Very good. Ms. Combs, if you want to publish
Yes,
State's
permission
Exhibit
to
3,
publish.
you may proceed.
That's not our video. That's just the technology side.
I'll explain the sounds in a minute, guys. I'll explain the sounds in a minute, guys. Like I said, guys, this is not going to be easy to listen to. You will hear people and children pleading.
Now, that second video was taken at around 2:23:20, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
They're going to have to be real careful on cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill.
Hello.
I'm very sorry that you endured what you did. I'm going to be extremely brief, I promise you, just a few questions. Your classroom, just so they're crystal clear, is on the first floor of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes.
And the shooter was on your floor when we're hearing at least the initial shots, right? They were very loud. He was on your floor.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, correct.
And there's no question that he was inside the 1200 building, and you were also inside the 1200 building when you heard those shots, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified that the sounds slowly decreased and we couldn't hear them as he moved throughout the 1200 building, correct?
In the classroom that I was in 1213, once he went up a couple of floors, like to the second or third, then it died down. Yes.
Correct. And there were times then that he would be shooting that you couldn't hear him based upon where you were located, correct?
Yes.
And you have no firsthand knowledge at all about what he was going through, what he was encountering, where he was located, correct?
That day, I was not sure.
Okay. Again, I'm very sorry that you had to go through this. Wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Okay, based on that, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness excused?
Yes, yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
While she is doing that, state, you may call your next witness.
This will be Ivy Shames.
That's going to be through the technology?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a real quick 5-minute restroom break. We need to set up some technology for the next witness. Same admonition as always, please do not discuss the facts of the case.
So,
The witnesses or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. No research on the case directly or indirectly.
what we were hearing was you could very clearly hear 12 shots. He was shooting in 4-round bursts, single shot at a time. That was not a 3-shot burst like there was on a military M16.
State, we're going to get the Zoom going and we're going to get you
And when it was very loud, they were on the same floor, and some of what you heard was the echo. The inside of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, like most schools, the hallways have metal lockers and tile floors, so sound reverberates. So you're hearing 4-round shot bursts
All witnesses logging in, may I approach the clerk to hand her the...
as he moved. You heard a child pull the fire alarm when they realized what was happening to draw attention. You heard kids screaming and begging for help in their life while the coward stood outside the building. As the sounds become more distant, it is him moving farther away from whoever's recording on their phone and then moving upstairs. It does get a little bit louder and more muffled when he starts moving back down the hallway to immediately overhead. Your cell phone has a directional mic, so when he's right above or in close proximity, you're going to have louder with an echo. So we have fire alarm, children screaming, people pleading for their life, close gunshots, glass breaking, and distant gunshots as he moved. Those are what those sounds are. No, Debbie. They went a day early, or 2 days earlier than originally announced. And I was picking up little Wednesday. It was her last day of school. So I was on my way home from getting her when they kicked off early. And he's playing Zelda because he's a disrespectful fuck. Do we have any other questions of sounds or need clarification of anything at this point, guys? You can ask me anything you need to. I will give the warning again. They are going to replay the sounds of gunshots and children screaming over and over and over. If it is too much to listen, do not feel obligated. At every chance, I will explain the sounds that you just heard. Anubis, are you asking if I can put closed captions on? Let me do that for you. Closed captions are now on, guys, if you can't listen to it. There are closed captions now turned on. And again, if you cannot listen to this, I will talk everybody through the audio at breaks to not be disrespectful. It is hard to listen to. And no, it does not get easier over time. Having worked one of these personally, and having worked the mass school stabbing, I will attest it is never easy to hear. It becomes part of your job. So, closed captions are on. You can turn your volume off or down. And I will
Seamus, I'm going to ask you to raise your
talk
right
you
hand,
through
please.
it. Papa, go to
Swear
sleep.
to tell the truth, the truth, nothing but the truth.
I'll be here, honey.
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Please state your full name and spell your full name.
My name is Ivy Shamus, Ivyschamis.
Ms. Seamus, do you see, or now you just mute yourself. Just mute. Talk to the mic. Yeah, that's my fault. Okay. Can you see the bottom left corner of the Zoom screen is actually a picture of Mr. Peterson. It says Mark Eiglarch on the bottom. Can you see him clearly?
Yes,
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, can you say something back to me so I can see that the witness can hear you as well?
Yes, I can see you.
Can you hear him okay?
yes.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, you're able to see and hear Ms. Seamus?
I can.
Okay, so state anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Will I be able to see the witness?
It's left, this screen is not.
Well, but they're gonna play something that can't go up on the screen. This film, could you see, it never came up on the
It
screen?
did, originally when we practiced, I was able to see Miss Seamus.
Tamales are always good. I went for
Turn it on up here, but we're gonna turn it off when it comes to
matzo balls because I'm still sick. And again, if this is too hard for you to listen to,
Again, one more question.
turn the sound off. I will walk you through it. Or step away and I can explain things. But if this is going to be problematic, please do not feel guilty for that, guys.
Okay, state, you otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Defense, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please bring the jury back. Ms. Seamus, once I have the jury back in, I'm gonna have the state call you as a witness, and I'm gonna swear you in again and ask you to spell your name again, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Papa, I'll make you matzo balls and tamales. I made homemade chorizo last night. But Nubis, you probably like my chorizo. It is not nearly as greasy as most. I can even make kosher chorizo.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back at those same seats, you may be seated. All right, all the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our real quick break, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume that momentarily. I did want to let you know, although most witnesses obviously come before you live and testify on the witness stand directly in front of you by the agreement of the parties, the next witness is testifying via technology. So we're going to go forward with that witness. State when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Today we call Ivy Shames, please, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. James, can I get you to raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My name is Ivy Shamus, IvySchamis.
Mr. Clear, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shamus, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ivy Shamus, and in relation to this trial, I was a teacher at Stoneman Douglas for about 2 decades.
And where are you today, Ms. Shamus?
I currently live in Washington, D.C.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an office manager at a small private school in the district.
And as you said just a few moments ago, there was a time when you were working at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Yes.
What years did you work at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I worked there from 2001 until the end of 2019.
And what did you do at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I taught social studies.
And were you teaching on February 14th of 2018?
I was.
That afternoon, did you have classes that afternoon to teach?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Were you teaching classes the afternoon of February 14th?
Yes, I was.
And what class were you teaching?
I was teaching history of the Holocaust.
And what time of the afternoon do you remember when that class started?
It started a little after 1 o'clock, I believe.
And what time was it supposed to go to?
And it goes until the end of the day, which is 2:40 p.m.
So can you tell the jury what you were teaching that particular day in the Holocaust class?
Yes, on that particular day, the 2018 Olympics in Pyeongchang was happening. So to make the class relatable, I change up my curriculum to make the students feel a little bit more related to what's going on in the world today. So we were doing a lesson on the 1936 Olympics in Berlin that day.
And I forgot to ask you, do you remember which classroom number you were in at the time?
Yes, I taught in room 1214 in the 1200 building on the first floor.
And while you were teaching that lesson regarding the Olympics, did anything unusual happen?
Yes, towards the end of class, maybe 20 minutes or so left, we were discussing the Jesse Owens story actually, and we heard very loud shots ring out in the hallway, which sounded right outside the classroom.
And what did you do when you heard those loud sounds?
Well, the students, I had juniors and seniors at the time, and they, I think, froze for maybe a second, and then everybody just scrambled out of their seats and tried to find cover in a very tight space, of course. But and I watched them scramble, and one young lady called me over, so I ran and hovered with her in one of the corners.
And do you remember how many shots you heard? How many loud noises you heard?
There were multiple. It sounded like it was out in the hallway. It was multiple shots. I don't know the number, but it was definitely more than one.
Okay. And do you remember approximately how many students you had in the classroom at the time?
Yeah, there were approximately 30 students with me at that time.
So after you heard those initial shots, what happened next?
So the students scrambled to different areas of the classroom. It was a very small classroom with a lot of furniture and no walk-in closet or nowhere to hide. We had never done an active shooter drill, so none of us were really prepared. And most of us were, I think all of us were really huddled down on the ground, and within seconds after we heard that in the hallway, shots were flying through the glass window of the door that ran down to the handle of the door, and they were flying all over our classroom.
The shots and glass were flying all over the classroom?
Yes, sir.
And what was the sound of that like?
Deafening, actually. It was deafening and extremely scary.
The door to that classroom, do you remember whether it opened in or out?
The door opens out. It was locked, but if the glass was shot out, it was easy to open it from the inside.
Was there a point in time when the fire alarm came on? Do you recall that?
There was a time when the fire alarm came on. I don't know the time, but there was a time when the fire alarm sounded.
And you described that there was shots coming into the room, glass, it was very loud. What happened after that?
After the shots in my classroom?
Yes, did you hear anything after that?
Yes, we heard everything after that. I mean, I was down on the ground with some of the students, and I took notice of the kids that were around me, and I just figured that whoever was out in the hallway, I didn't know if it was one person or many, I didn't know, obviously, but I really assumed that person, after they shot out the glass, was gonna come into the classroom. So I was thinking, as the only adult in that classroom, what am I gonna do? And so I thought I was gonna stand up and say something to whoever came in. But as I was preparing myself for that, because I figured that would be the last thing I ever said, I heard the shots then leaving our classroom. I heard them across the hall, and I wasn't so sure, but I was pretty sure those shots were going into my friend Ronit across the hall, who taught psychology.
Do you remember what classroom that number was?
Yeah, she was 1213. We were very close friends. So we're the only ones, I think, in that building since the building was built in 2009. We've been there continuously.
And
That's because he's a disrespectful fuck.
Not quite as loud when you thought they were going into 1213?
They were loud. They just weren't as loud as they were coming right into my classroom, but they were quite loud.
I also asked you, did you see anything other than the bullets coming through the door, coming through the broken glass?
We saw or I saw anyway, I don't know what that part of the gun is that was coming into the class that was going around, but I didn't see a person.
Okay, you just saw the end of the gun?
Correct.
Was it
Correct.
Firing?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, was it firing when you saw it?
Yes.
What happened after, you said it sounded as though it was over at room 1213. What happened next?
And I think originally the students in my classroom were screaming, but then they stopped screaming because we all kept going, shh, shh, shh. We were, everyone was shushing each other because we thought the person with the gun would come back. And so we were trying to be very quiet. So we were all really, really quiet, and we heard the shots, in the hallway, and so we heard what was going on, but we were very quiet.
Do you remember whether or not the alarm eventually shut off?
I don't remember when the alarm shut off.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Off, though? Do you remember it shutting off? You don't remember at all?
I'm sorry, I don't remember. I think what was focused on those the gunshots. I don't know, I don't remember if the alarm went off or I know it was going, the alarm was sounding, but I don't remember when it shut off.
And was the alarm also, what was the pitch of the alarm? Was it loud? No.
The pitch of the alarm is loud as well, yes.
Was there anyone injured or hurt in your classroom?
Yes, 4 students were injured and Nicholas Dworet and Helena Ramsey were murdered in my classroom that day.
And when did you realize that they had been murdered?
I didn't know they were dead until that evening at the Marriott.
Did there come a time when the police showed up?
Yes, Kelly in my class was able, I don't know if other students too, but Kelly was able to get 911. That's the young lady that was huddling with me, and she kept saying 1214, 1214, 1214. So I know they knew what room we were in. And so we waited very quietly until until we were rescued. We were just waiting for somebody to rescue us. We didn't know if we could get up because we didn't know if people were still in the building with a gun or guns.
Do you know about how much time elapsed from when the gunshots went off inside your classroom to when you were rescued?
It wasn't within the half hour, I believe. We weren't waiting there for hours. I believe it was I think it was within the half hour that a SWAT team came, let themselves into our classroom.
And that day and prior to that day, did you know the defendant, Scot Peterson?
Very little. I don't think we had much interaction. Very little.
Did you see him that day at all?
I did not see him that day. In fact, I asked someone if he was on campus that day because I didn't know if he was there.
Okay. I believe it's a little unusual because we're on Zoom. This is Aaron. We have to draw. This is state's D for identification. So this was sent. Picture of this was sent up to the chairman. She can look at this from a few weeks, about a week ago.
Is this lady okay?
What do you mean?
The camera is focused on her and she's just kind of sitting there quietly.
I think they approached the bench.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
So earlier, I believe earlier today, did you receive a
Hey, roll
photograph
call.
from Assistant State Attorney Kristen Jones?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what that was a photograph of?
Like a flash drive.
Okay, and do you recall ever seeing that, what was on that flash drive?
Yes.
And what was on that flash drive, did that accurately represent what was happening in your classroom that day?
It does. Mm-hmm.
It is an accurate depiction of your classroom that day.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, we'd like to enter state's D for identification of evidence.
Defense, no additional objection?
No additional.
Okay, over the defense objection, state's D for identification will now be in evidence. That is state's exhibit 4. State, this is 2 clips, correct?
Yes, sir. On one, yes.
Yeah, so we're gonna turn that off, and then I'm gonna enable the sharing screen, and you're gonna play it.
did it. Tell me if you did it.
And Mr. Claire, you want to publish states for?
Yes, Debbie, this is going to be direct and then cross, but they're going to be very gentle because they are children who lived through this. Iris, we are listening to the testimony of the shooting.
Oh my God!
15 shots, semi-automatic AR rifle.
Mommy, tomorrow I can't.
That was it, yeah.
Okay.
That would be 15 shots, AR, semi-automatic rifle. He is firing in 4-round clusters. And yes, you hear screaming. And like I said, closed captioning is on. If you need to
Hi, I'm sorry that. you
turn the
were-
volume off, I will
Very quick
explain as we
question.
go.
Yes,
It is
sure.
going to be very hard to
I
listen
just want to make
to.
sure I heard you correctly. Your classroom was 1214, correct?
Yes,
She was
sir.
one of the
You have to
teachers.
make it on the first floor of the
She's
1200,
also a
correct?
giant bell
Correct.
end.
And the shots that you heard from the hallway towards your direction, your classroom, were what you call deafening. They were very loud, correct?
That's correct.
And then you heard shots in your friend's classroom, correct?
Correct.
And that was right across the hall in 1213, correct?
Yes.
No,
And I
Iris,
heard
I
you say that
blame
while
him.
those
He was a
shots were
cop.
loud,
He was a
they were
sheriff's
less loud
deputy.
Because it was just across the hallway, correct?
Yep.
I blame him
Yes, they were
100%.
loud. I'm not
He
saying
was a
they were the
sheriff's
same exact
deputy.
as shots coming through my classroom, but they were also loud.
Without question, but I think your words, if I heard you correctly.
I think he was
that they
actually
were less loud
the
than the
school
ones that
resource
you
officer.
are encountering in your classroom.
He is
correct?
not a security
Sure.
guard. He was the
I
school
thank you for your
resource
2 decades of
officer,
service.
worked
Thank
for
you.
the
Thank you
sheriff's
so much. It was a
department,
pleasure for me
had
to
a
teach
badge
there.
and a gun.
Thank you.
Okay, based on that, a redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The witness is excused? State?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Chambers, I'm going to end the Zoom at this point. Thank you for bearing with us, okay?
Thank you so much.
Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, I'm going to give you a
Anubis,
restroom break.
no.
We're going to get the technology back to normal, and then I'm going to be right back with you. We're going to continue with the state's presentation. Again, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please leave the notepads in your chairs. Just step back for 1 moment.
Debbie, they're charging neglect and dereliction of duty. If you are in uniform and that is your sworn duty, you must uphold your duty.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Real quick 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Anubis, we don't need to know they didn't do squat. He's on video cowering outside the building like a wuss who needs to grow a set.
A set? He'll grow a couple sets in prison. It'll be great.
He neglected his duty to those children. That is child neglect. If there is a shooting and you are the officer, it is neglect.
Yes, Iris, I agree. We're hoping this is a precedent for a whole bunch of cops that got outside of the Uvalde school.
You neglected your duty to protect the children. It is child neglect.
Mm-hmm. You ran away and people died.
Not only did you run away, you did not enter and engage. I am not saying it is easy to do, but if you do not have that personality, or you do not feel you can do it, then find a different career.
Well, he
It
was
is
probably
not it is not the right job for everybody.
Nope.
I may be the idiot with no self-preservation instinct. Debbie, it is a different A, it is state specific, B, the duty to protect. It's a very nuanced discussion and one we can have later tonight. But when you send your child to school, something called in loco parentis is involved. And those children are in your care in loco parentis, just as if they were your own children. And you can't totally, yes, it'll be some precedent for Uvalde, but you have to remember that some of the rules are state specific. He was wearing body armor. No vest is bulletproof. He was armed. He's a sheriff's deputy, or was. And he had a vest and a firearm. But again, A, nobody does public safety for the money. The money is shitty. Trust me, I worked it for 16 years. Vest or not, if somebody is shooting when there are children or innocent bystanders, I'm the idiot that will go towards it. I don't have a self-preservation instinct. Maybe that makes me the moron. Like I said, if listening to kids scream and listening to people beg for their life is too hard, please feel free to do what you need to do, and I will talk through things. And I will explain things if you need to cut the audio. I'll see you later, Papa.
Yep.
Iris, this is not jury watch. This is the first day of the trial.
Yeah, openings were earlier today. We missed those. Sorry.
Hello, the world's end. Ardo, I'm a lot of bit broken in the brain. I'm also the idiot ice hockey goalie that voluntarily stands in front of somebody shooting pieces of vulcanized rubber that are frozen at my head and standing in front of it. And I talk to the pipes like every goalie. So I know I am broken. I hear gunshots, I'm going towards it. Debbie, I don't find that funny. I find it incredibly distasteful and disrespectful.
Yikes. They're currently on a break, Iris.
Iris, the last witness, lives out of state. She was a Zoom appearance. So they brought tech in so she could zoom in, and now they're removing it and going to bring the jury back. And they gave them a 5-minute bathroom break. It was good to meet you at the world's end.
Yes, Nightbot is now honoring all of its timers.
Peterson 197166CF10A. I continue to have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killoran, Mr. Klinger present for the state. I continue to have Mr. Eiglarsh present with Mr. Peterson, likewise, who is present. I'm outside the presence of the jury. State, anything you need me to address before we resume your presentation? Defense, anything you need me to address?
No, thank you.
Okay, so assuming we go to 5 or as close to it, I have on my regular docket some things tomorrow, so I'm going to ask the jurors to be back at 9:45 a.m. Hoping to resume the trial at 10 a.m. State, any problem with that?
No.
Defense, any problem with 10 a.m.?
Love it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, please bring the jury.
Now the question is, are we doing 5 days or 4 for the week?
State, is there going to be any more evidence today that is of sensitive nature?
Yes.
There is. Okay, so we'll just leave it.
For now.
We'll just leave everything.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, I also showed you the proposed orders to analyze and also, Ms. McAvoy spoke.
Okay, well, as soon as you all come to an agreement, I'll sign them as soon as we get the jurors out of here, and then we can have access to the exhibits pursuant to that. Not a problem.
Your Honor, it's the Dell remote. Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back at those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. Ladies and gentlemen, before we resume with the state's presentation, I wanted to let you know we do have individual letters for each of you, what we discussed the other day regarding work or school, whatever that may be. These are individual to each of you with your name. That's the first test. Make sure when the clerk deputy sends you home with these tonight, everyone gets the correct letter. Okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took the restroom break, we were in the middle of the state's presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
He certainly speaks like it.
You may.
And in the meantime, Judge of State calls Ron Locker.
Ron Locker.
Wow. The subtitles are hilarious.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. And sir, once you're seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair up as far as it will go, could you please state your full name and spell your full name?
It's Ronald Lowther, Ronaldlowther.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. And it's Locker, correct?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Locker. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you work?
My name's Ron Lowther, and I work at the Broward Sheriff's Office. I work in the digital forensics unit as a digital forensic video technician.
How long have you worked for BSO?
I've been with BSO for almost 24 years.
What do your duties entail as a technician, video survey? Could you repeat the title? I apologize.
Digital forensic video technician.
Digital forensic video technician. What do your duties entail?
I retrieve and process video evidence.
What trainings or courses have you taken in order to retrieve and process video evidence?
My first training was mostly informal with hundreds of hours in training. And then my formal training is through the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC, in Glencoe, Georgia. And I had completed a video recovery program and also a cyber security program.
How have you applied some of these skills throughout the duration of your career?
Well, my background is in film and television. And I've been director of photography for over 36 years.
As it relates to your work with BSO, when you retrieve video surveillance, what does it mean to process it?
Well, once I recover video from a detective's instructions, what they want, time frame, cameras, so forth, I then take it back to my office, and what I'll do is I'll provide a copy for the detectives to review. Then they'll make a request for what they want me to focus in on. So I'll take those segments of the video, I'll clarify it. I can extract still images from the video to further identify suspect or incident that happens. I can I've also been asked to make timelines for grand jury.
Approximately how many times in your career have you processed digital evidence?
I'd say.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the shooting that took place at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on February 14th of 2018. Did law enforcement extract the server from the campus in order to retrieve video surveillance?
Yes.
Out of the dozens of hours of surveillance, did you, for this trial, review 6 hours worth of surveillance from February 14th?
Yes, I did.
Are those 6 hours what is on State's Exhibit F? Are those 6 hours of surveillance what's on State's Exhibit E?
Yes.
Mr. Lothar, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's E. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the drive that I.
And those initials we see on there, are those your initials?
These are my initials, and the stickers are from our unit.
Thank you. Hours of video surveillance.
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, the state moves into evidence has been pre-marked as State's E and State's 5.
That's any additional objection?
No objections.
So without defense objection or additional objection, state's E for identification will now be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 5.
Sir, did you, from those 6 hours of surveillance, review individual camera angles?
Yes, I did.
Sir, I'm showing what's been pre-marked as State's F. Do you recognize this? State's F, a composite exhibit?
Yes, those are my initials.
Okay. And the State's F contained 13 individual USB drives with various camera angles.
Correct.
We're going to take these one at a time. I'm showing you State's F1. Do you Recognize this?
Yes, this is my initials and CCM.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the surveillance from cameras 1, 9, 61, and 54?
Yes.
Which we will be referring to as states F1.
Yes, on that flash drive, yes.
Can you give me the four numbered cameras again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 1, 9, 61, and 54.
You may proceed.
I'm showing F2. How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the flash drive and on the sleeve.
And sir, is this a fair and accurate copy of camera angles 56 and 26?
Yes.
Now, your initials are on all of these envelopes, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go through them a little bit quickly, but on states 3, is this a fair and accurate depiction? 22, 24, 53.
Can I refer to some notes?
Oh, absolutely. If that would help refresh your memory.
Well, I just want to make sure it's.
Yes,
Which cameras were they?
3. I'm sorry, it's F3, which are camera angles 22, 24, 53, and 30.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
F4. And is this a true copy or an accurate copy of camera angle 23?
Yes, it is.
F5, your initials?
Yes,
And this is a copy of camera angles 56 and 55.
that's correct. Yeah.
F6, your initials?
Yes,
And is this an accurate copy of camera angles 61 and 54?
yes, that is.
F7. Can you see your initial? And is this an accurate copy of camera angles 54 and 23?
Yes, that's correct.
F8.
Yeah.
And is this an accurate copy of camera angles 54 and 12?
Yes, those are correct.
F9. Is this an accurate copy of camera angle 61?
Yes,
F10. These are your initials, and is this an accurate copy of camera angle 30 and 13?
yes,
F11. Is this an accurate copy of camera angles 1, 9, 10, 61, and 54?
yes, that's correct.
F12. Is this an accurate copy of camera angles 54, 61, and 12?
Yes,
And finally, F13. Is this an accurate copy of camera angle 54?
yes, that is.
Combined in state's composite exhibit F. The state now moves into evidence what's been pre-marked as states F and states 6.
Defense, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, states F for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 6, composite exhibit made up of the 13 USB drives. The state is labeled F1 through F13. You may proceed.
Sir, were you provided with BSO radio dispatch audio from the incident?
Yes, I was.
Did you link up that dispatch audio to the surveillance in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you sync that dispatch to the surveillance and place it on a nice USB drive?
That's correct, yes.
Now, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as states G. Is this a true copy of the distance sync up that you created?
Yes, it is.
At At this time, the state moves into evidence what's been pre-marked as States G as State 7.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, States G for identification will now be in evidence as States Exhibit 7.
Your Honor, permission to publish what is now in evidence as F13.
You want to publish States Exhibit 6 and more particularly F13.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we don't need the cameras off for this portion.
You do not need them.
We do not, we can turn them off. It's okay, Your Honor.
It's Attorney 3, correct? Attorney 3.
Mr. Halter, what is the time on the bottom of the screen?
Uh,
At the top of the screen, I apologize.
Top of the screen. It is 2:24:52. 2:24:53.
Your Honor, permission to publish what is in evidence as State 7.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs, you will tell me if there's anything that requires the screen to go back.
Yes, sir, I will let them know. going to request that the screens be turned off for this portion.
Looks like we're getting no days off during the week,
Judge, that
but
was
it's supposed to be
state
over
6,
in
7 of.
by the end of next
I
week.
apologize. We're going to now play state 7, which
Okay.
is what I published.
That was F6.
Or that's you expecting.
Yes, correct.
7, which has an audio sync.
Correct. Yes.
I am attempting to compose my thoughts before I address some of the things I am seeing in chat.
Mr. Luther, find these screens to play side by side in sync for timing, correct?
Correct, yeah, the times are synced together. And then you have the reference down below for the time code there.
And you chose the angle that Mr. Peterson is in and put it side by side with the angle that Mr. Cruz is depicted, correct?
Correct.
And you chose these camera angles to follow the route that Mr. Peterson takes in the golf cart, correct?
Correct, yes.
Juliet 3, 17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
Juliet 3, we have possible, could be firecrackers. I think we got shots fired. Possible shots fired. 1200 building.
Attention all units in District 15, possible shots fired at 5901 Pine Island Road at Stoneman Douglas High School. Possible shots fired at Stoneman Douglas High School.
And we're doing our out. 1584 out. Juliet 3, make sure we get some units over here. I need to shoot down Stoneman Douglas. The intersection.
10-4.
449 and Rock 3 Bravo on my phone.
10-4.
Thank you for what's the address?
5901 Pine Island.
We're talking about the 1200 building. It's going to be the building off of Holmberg Road. Any descriptions? I'm coming up on 1.0. We don't have any description yet. We just hear shots, but appears to be shots fired. I'm over on the south side, over by the 700 building. Daniel Jones shutting down eastbound Holmberg at the divide between Blade and the high school. 70 Bravo 1. I'll get the west side of Stillman on Holmberg.
10-4, west side of Holmberg.
724 responding. Julie Wood. Daniel, do I hear shots fired by the football field? Shots fired by the football field.
Shots fired by the football field, heard.
17 Julie 3, we're looking at the 1200 building. It's going to be the 300 building. It's going to be right off of Holmberg Road by the senior lot.
Attention all units not working the signal 33, go to Bravo channel for regular traffic.
Some students say they thought it was firecrackers and went out sure by the football field. All right, 26. Now we also heard it over by inside the 1200 building. We're locking down the school right now. Make sure there's no pedestrian traffic anywhere on Holmberg Road. 15 Echo 2 on 51.
Unit advising 51.
15 Echo 2, and if we have any District 15 mode, you're going to take my spot also.
15 Bravo 4 is going to respond, LC.
Any unit not working the signal 33, go to Bravo.
So I got more students running west towards the football field. 33, we're going to Bravo. I hear shots fired.
Shots fired. All units on the shots fired, stay on main.
We definitely have shots being fired.
All District 7 units, go to Bravo.
Angle to the sergeant, right by the football field. Make sure I have a unit over in the front of the school. Make sure nobody comes inside the school.
I need a unit to the front, advise.
Bravo 3, we need somebody to shut down Holmberg and Pine Island.
Units to shut down Holmberg, advise.
Holmberg shut down. We're on number 13 of the 900 building. We have shots fired. I'm trying to get the fence open.
Building 13 and 900 building.
Do not approach the 12 or 1300 building. Stay at least 500 feet away. away at this point.
Stay away from 12 and 1300 buildings.
1704, I had a parent tell me that there is a child down. Have fire rescue stage in the area so we can make contact on it. The parent told me there is a child down. Have them rep stage.
He was employed as a county sheriff's deputy.
And
He
now
was
he's
employed by the
working
county sheriff's
W.
department.
Franklin, west end by the football field.
15 after 2 to Yankee, that's set up for an active shooter response when you get back to 17 Julia 5, I have the
Maybe that's
gunshot
actually the
victim.
case closer to there.
I have the gunshot victim. He's by the entrance to Westlake on the west side of the school.
10-4, fire rescue is being notified.
Gary, does he know where the shooter is? We don't know, but we're entering the building, part of the 13 building, building 13. 1704, myself, Brandon. Does anybody have bolt cutters? I can get this kid out of the fence. He's stuck in the fence. I need bolt cutters. The coach is with him. See if he can help him over the gate. Let's get a command post set up on the south side of the Sawgrass in Coral Springs off of Pine Island. The gate for the student entrance is unlocked. We need to get units in here so we can start trying to find this guy. Victim saying it's a male in a hoodie he could not describe with at least an AR-15 if not an AK-47.
10-4, all units be advised, a male in a hoodie, possible AR-15 or AK-47.
You would know the difference,
that we just watched,
not just by
State
sight,
seven.
but sound as
there's
well.
only the duration of which the shooter is seen, correct?
The AK sounds very different.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Hell, I was still in high school.
cross
We
examination.
had armed officers at the school. That was before Columbine, long
Good
before
afternoon,
Columbine.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Just a few short questions. Who instructed you to do the work
At
that
least
you
the
did?
middle and high school levels.
I had
Not
been
so much
given a
elementary
list
school.
of timeframes to utilize throughout the videos.
Who gave you that time frame?
I believe it was Aaron Sabitsky.
Who works for the state
Yes,
attorney's office,
yes.
the gentleman right there?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you the parameters, the times to put on the video?
Yes.
Was this 4 years?
From
This
the-
happened, what, 4
the
years
other
ago,
part
5 years ago?
with
Yeah, 5.
Cruz. I believe I had already
5 years ago.
for that already.
But we're going to listen to
Okay, so
something right
it's
after
about, if I
this.
remember correctly, 30 or 31.
And we are going to
Were you instructed to include
very
anything more or
clearly
just end it right there?
show why some
That's
of
where
these
I had
discussions
Did
and
you
comments
know that there were additional
are
statements made by
stupid.
my client over the dispatch?
That's all I had for dispatch. There was no other audio that I was supplied with.
Okay. in
Oh,
other
wait,
words-
excuse me for that. No, that was, I had placed the audio for the duration of the video because it had to coincide with Cruz doing his action. That's basically what I was instructed for.
Okay, so what you said earlier was in a statement. You still had additional audio that memorialized what officers, including my client, was saying while they were on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And who told you to cut that out so the jurors can't see it or hear it?
Well, it was just for the duration of the video that I was instructed.
But you have that audio, the additional audio, which would have additional things that my client said while he's on the scene, correct?
Why is the defense
Yes.
running now instead
I
of?
didn't follow through the rest of the audio.
Did I miss something?
It was maybe a second or two or a couple minutes.
It's
I can't
cross.
remember. But I didn't listen through the whole audio portion.
Okay. So it's quite likely that there are additional things that my client said on his police radio that are recorded that you have in your possession, correct?
Yes.
Mel, I started a trial a couple of days
You didn't
earlier
bring it to court
than we
today because
expected it
you
to.
were
That was the
asked
ambush.
to do so. Isn't that correct?
Only what I was instructed to do when
They
I
ambushed
had
us.
put all this together.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, based on that, any redirect? Go ahead.
Sir, do you know who Aaron Foley is?
No, I don't.
At BSO in charge of the dispatch?
Oh, we have Aaron Foley. Yes, I do. Sorry.
All right, and so Ms. Foley has the full radio dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to speak with her in order to prepare this?
Yes.
Okay, and Judge, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what is by stipulation of the parties, the full radio dispatch, which would be typically entered through Ms. Foley, who's testifying tomorrow, but we can enter in today.
We have no objection.
Is it Mark?
And
We
it's-
came in right after opening statements
It's going to
concluded.
be states H.
All right, and defense, no objection?
No objection.
All right, so without objection, states H for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 8.
Setting aside that, you said that you prepared evidence in both the Cruz case and this case, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and the purpose of this video was to show the matched up time frame of when the shooter is on campus, as well as what Mr. Peterson is doing while he's standing there.
Correct. Yes.
I have nothing else.
Based on that,
As-
recross.
No, Your Honor.
For those who asked, the sign in front of the judge says
Thank you.
audio and visual recording. Many states require
Witness is about
two-party knowledge and consent.
apologize, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, quick break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Till we reach the end of the case. If you'll leave those notepads in your chairs, step to back one moment. I'll be right back with you. Thank you.
Is this a break? Or are we walking away for the day?
I don't know. He said he wants to go till 5, which is an hour.
Yeah.
But I
Okay,
don't
rounds
know,
out, present
depending
jury.
on the
Everyone can be seated.
witnesses.
State, Ms. Wilcox needs states exhibit 8 to be marked, please. Besides that, we'll be in a quick recess state. Tell me when you're ready to resume.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for the delay.
Okay.
Looks like it might be just a short break.
I think it's another one of the little 5-minute ones. They're trying to be mindful of people needing to take a breath.
Expeditious is what they're looking for. This trial is scheduled out to the 16th, looks like. But they may add more.
There's 22 defense witnesses.
It'll be longer than that. But I put a link in the thing showing the current docket. But the court doesn't appear to be taking days off between now and then, according to that. Don't know. Loki? Oh, nope, wrong one. That one. think I need to extend Nightbot's timers a bit.
Melanie, my volume was louder because I had to turn it up because nobody could hear the court initially. I turned Crocs down because I got sick of listening to the damn vape noise. Yeah, Melanie, I had to turn myself up to turn the initial court volume up. Why are there so many Nightbot messages?
I set them up in individual bits and about 5 minutes apart for all of the above. I'll split them out.
It's like I do this one thing of like, to fix Happy's nose for you.
Get the remote, put the TV on, and watch Netflix.
Wait, what? What's now season? Wasn't the only thing I did? I'm trying to know and watch stuff that really want to, so I can't kill you. I'm gonna play. Well, I'm not playing something that wasn't I can play. Wow. Oh, sit there. On heavy nose. Castle.
Get off my chair. Or get the remote and watch TV.
I just want to sit down, not playing anything, so I get my seat down on top. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to play some games on the Eiffel Tower, then see roll down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads out. Minor technical issue. Give me 1 moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our final restroom break of the day, we were in the middle of the stage presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Officer Jeffrey Heinrich.
Sir, if I can have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please.
Yes, sir.
Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated. And once you're seated, if I could just scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Sure, Jeffrey Allen Heinrich. Last name is Heinrich.
Jeffrey.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Please go and may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it officer,
It's
detective?
sergeant.
Sergeant, I
Yes, ma'am.
apologize.
That's
Good
okay.
afternoon, Sergeant Heinrich. Please introduce yourself to jury. Tell them where you currently work.
I'm currently a canine supervisor, canine sergeant at Coral Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Coral Springs Police
A
Department?
little over 27 years.
Could you give us just a little bit of background of your time at the Coral Springs Police Department? What are some of the positions that you've held?
Yeah, I've mostly worked midnights almost my entire career. I started off first as a police officer on the road, became a regular canine officer. Spent most of the time on midnights at that time. I left the canine unit, went back to the road for a few years, and then I became an SRO. I was a school resource officer at Coral Springs High School for about 4 years. After that, I got promoted, went back to midnights, the midnight shift, as a new sergeant. And then when the sergeant position opened up as a canine sergeant, one of our canine sergeants retired, I took his position, and that's where I've been currently.
What are some of your responsibilities as canine sergeant?
We run a 5 or 6 dog team. I'm tasked with their daily duties. Responsibility is to supervise them, scheduling, evaluations, training. I'm also the lead trainer for our canine unit. So that encompasses most of what I do.
What were some of your responsibilities as an SRO?
I'm sorry?
What were some of your responsibilities as an SRO?
I was a school resource officer, like I said, for 4 years. We investigated crimes. We counseled, mentored, you name it. I worked at Coral Springs High School, which is one of our tougher schools in our area. We had a pretty bad gang problem, so a lot of it came down to mentoring. But there was quite a bit of crime, unfortunately, and fights and things like that on a daily basis. So we dealt with that, tried to curb that type of stuff, as well as just the common stuff as far as bullying, things like that we'd have, or any crime that happened on campus that we would have to investigate, including like child abuse and things like that.
While you were acting as an SRO, did you ever perform any administrative searches of backpacks or lockers?
All the time, yes. We've done, I can't tell you how many, you act as a school resource officer, you act basically as a parent. You're kind of considered in that role. So you have exceptions to where you can actually search people's backpacks, things like that. It's kids' school, stuff like that. If we get a call of somebody that may have narcotics, we can actually bring that person into school and actually search their backpack, stuff like that. So we would do that type of stuff on a very regular basis at the school that I was at.
And that's different than needing a search warrant, right?
That's correct. Out in the public, or if I was working the road out as a officer, I would need probable cause. I would need much more than that. With working in the schools, because of the safety and the safety of the students, your longitude would be a little bit broader.
Now, do you yourself live in the South Coral Springs area?
Yes, I live in Coral Springs. I've actually grew up there. I went to Coral Springs High School.
And are you familiar with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Yes, my wife and my son both. My wife worked there as a teacher, and my son was a student there.
Back in February of 2018, was your wife employed at Stoneman Douglas?
Yes, she was a PE teacher as well as an assistant athletic director.
And was your son in February of 2018 enrolled at that school?
Yes, he was a junior.
Were you working on February 14th of 2018?
No, I was actually, my son played baseball there, so I was actually out on the baseball field. I manicure the baseball, I guess that would be the best word. I'm a lawn maintenance guy, I guess you want to call it. So I take care of the actual playing surface, which is the clay. And then my infield's made out of grass, so I'll mow the infield. If you have any dealing with the county, you don't really want the county maintenance people coming in and dealing with this stuff. We had a really nice field, so we tried to keep it that way. So I was there regularly dealing with the maintenance, day-to-day maintenance of the field and preparing the field and stuff like that for practices and things like that.
And to clarify, you weren't paid to do this?
No, it was strictly volunteer. It was because my son Kevin has grown up playing with the head coach there, which is Todd Fitzgerald. He's played with him since they were 8 years old. So I've known them for 20 something years.
So on the 14th, was it your day off as far as law enforcement work goes, but you were working in the field?
Yeah, I don't remember 100% if I was completely off, but I would have been, if I was working, I would have been working midnights. So I don't know if I went in before work. I don't have that recollection. But at the time that I was on the field, it was my own time. I was there to just helping out.
Describe for the jury, if you recall, approximately what time you would have arrived at school?
Yeah, probably. I'm usually there an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before school starts or gets out. So probably between 12 and 1. I don't have independent recollection of exactly what time I'm there, but I would safe to say probably an hour. And I used to go, they'd have a security guard at the back gate. I'd call the security guard. They'd let me in the back gate and I'd drive back to the back of the field where actually, which is exactly what I did that day. And I parked my truck on the back side of the baseball field.
You're out on the baseball field. Describe for the jury what happens while you're on the baseball field.
Sure. Just out there, we have a fire hose apparatus that you wet down the clay because in South Florida, the clay, it's very hot. So the clay dries out very quickly. So there's a lot of dust and things like that. So to help the playing surface, we water it with a big fire hose. So there's a fire hose in the middle of the field apparatus that you can hook up. So I was between third base and second base, which is the shortstop area, and facing towards the school, which would have been east there. And I was actually just physically watering the field when I heard the fire alarm go off. Fire alarm went off. I worked in schools. It's a normal everyday thing. Someone in culinary is always burning something or anything like that. So it's not uncommon for that. So, but where I could see the kids walking out from between like the gymnasium and the 1300 building. And you could see them walking, they were walking towards me, towards the baseball field.
Sergeant, can I put up a picture?
Sure.
So just to help you.
Absolutely.
Judge, may I use the monitor to show what's already in evidence as states one? I don't know if it's. Can you see states one in front of you?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Ms. Gomes, would you have the TV on,
Yes,
please?
please. Okay, so you were just referencing the field that you were, I guess, manicuring.
Correct, that's the one, correct, directly right next to the football field.
Okay, your screen is actually interactive,
Oh, okay,
so I'm going to,
Yep.
in just a moment.
sure.
Okay, if you select the pencil
Sure,
option and see at the bottom left.
I think I did.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you to please circle where you were
Sure.
when you first heard the fire alarm go
It's
off.
gonna be right in that area there.
Now, you were just describing students that you saw.
Yeah, you could see them, so this walkway right here that comes out, this walkway comes from the school. So you could see the kids just walking out here and like it would be a normal fire alarm going off. There was people just, like I said, casually walking just as like a fire alarm dismissal for a fire alarm. It was close to the end of school, so it was nothing, like I said, nothing concerning. Was out there, and then I don't know, a minute or so later ago, I heard what I thought at the time, and I said in my deposition was fireworks. It sounded like like a couple bangs going off. Again, I didn't think anything of it because I'm not getting anything else. The kids are still walking normal. Nobody's running. Nothing seems to be wrong. So I kind of disregarded it as, maybe that was the reason the fire alarm, maybe someone threw a pack of firecrackers inside the school. Like I said, it's not uncommon for kids to do silly things at schools. They do it all the time. So I figured that's what was going on. And then again, a little bit longer time went. I heard another round of gunshots, what I believe, well, at the time, again, what I figured they were fireworks. But this time things changed. So kids started running. I could see kids actually, sprinting down that pathway towards me. So it's not common for kids to behave that way for a normal fire drill.
Now,
So,
Sergeant,
yes,
and I'm just going to ask a couple
Absolutely.
questions to the details. You said that things changed for you. What do you mean by that?
My observations, like I said, when you're watching kids, and as a police officer, you watch people. My wife says all the time, I'll be sitting in a restaurant and I watch how people interact. I watch how people talk, how their body language, things like you learn that by experience and just dealing with people on a daily basis. So you could see that things change from a situation where it was just a normal situation or a normal fire alarm to something that was probably a little bit more serious or more demanding at the time. I still wasn't 100% sure what was going on, but obviously it was concerning to me.
Now, in response to seeing things change and not knowing what's going on, why do you move towards that direction?
Well, when the second round of gunshots, which I now know they were gunshots, went off and the things changed, it brought light to me that, okay, no longer was it, this was just fireworks. This was something that was definitely more going on, and that I needed to go towards that and find out if this was actually an active shooter situation. That's exactly what was going in my mind.
Let me slow you down.
Yeah.
What was, in reference to trying to figure out what was going through your mind?
At that point, once people started running, I believe that those were gunshots and that they weren't firecrackers any longer, based on my observations and things. So I resorted back to our training. Our training is that you run towards the sound of gunfire. I mean, it's what we're trained to do. We do, as far as our active killer, active shooter response is single purpose, single officer. You go to the sound of gunfire. So I didn't have a gun with me that day, unfortunately. I do carry my gun off duty sometimes. Back then, now I carry it everywhere I go, unfortunately. But that day I chose not to carry it. And there's multiple reasons for that. My kid uses my truck. He leaves his stuff in my truck. I was wearing a pair of baseball shorts and a t-shirt. I was out mowing the yard, using water. All those things are not good for firearms. And a lot of times,
something that I was going to ask you while you're out on that yard, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing just a pair of short t-shirts, basketball shorts, and a t-shirt.
So you don't have your firearm and
No.
you're in athletic clothing,
Correct.
but you run towards the sounds of the gunfire.
Yeah, it was just instinct. I wanted to find out what was going on. I mean, I didn't know what I was going to do if I encountered something, but so I took off running towards through the gate. There's a gate right here at the end of the baseball field. I ran through that gate and then up along that corridor until you can see that little shed. I'll redo it for you. So you come through this there and you come through, and then there's a shed right about here. There was a security specialist, Elliot Bonner, was there. He's an old coach that I've known for, 30 years. Former military guy, everything, done just about everything you can believe. He played in the NFL all the way. So I met him he was on his golf cart. He was backing up to where that shed was. He immediately told me, and our conversation was very, very short, immediately told me that it was a code red, which from my training experience meant basically we're locked down. It's an imminent threat, active killer type situation. And then he said it was an active killer, active shooter. There was an active shooter, and that Coach Feist had gotten shot.
While you're standing there and you get that information, how does that change what you do next?
Coach Feist, well, I knew 100% what we were dealing with at that point. So Coach Feist, I've known Coach Feist for years that my son was there. He was his football coach. So it does change things on a personal basis. Knowing that it is an actually true active shooter, but at that point there was no stimulation, there was no gunfire. Didn't know exactly where it was. I knew it was somewhere in the area of that for us, it would have been the northwest area of the school, somewhere around the gym, 1300 building, 1200. That's where it sounded like it was coming from.
And let me slow you down a couple things there. How did you know that it was coming from that direction if you hadn't actually been standing near where the gunshots were happening?
Well, I didn't when I was back. I couldn't tell exactly where they were coming from when I was back on the baseball field. But when I got closer to the building and went towards the building, and got and observations from people running away from those buildings, the information I got from Coach Bonner, But then I still didn't have that stimulation of the gunshot starting again. So I walked from where I was with Coach Bonner into this parking lot area, right about into here. That's where I came across Kyle Lamont. And Kyle was a student that was on the 3rd floor of the building that had been shot. He had actually ran down from the 3rd floor, and I met him in the parking lot. When he came across, he was running, obviously. He was screaming, yelling. He'd been shot. He wanted his mom. He wanted us to call his mom. So he had a catastrophic leg injury. I don't remember which leg it was. I can't recall it this time. I think it was his right leg. It was to me, based on my experience, was a life-threatening injury. Being that I didn't have a weapon, my first priority at that point is to take care of this kid and make sure he doesn't die. So I grabbed him.
Sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
slowing down.
that's okay.
You talk very fast, so I have to slow down
I'm
just a
sorry.
bit. You've said the word stimulus and stimuli a couple times now. Can you explain to the jury when you use that word specifically what you mean?
Well, for us, and especially in an active shooter situation, things change based on your stimulus. If you have gunshots that are actually actively going off, we're trained to go towards the sound of gunfire. So in our training, if the gun is going off and the shot is being thinged, people are dying. And that's the way you have to think about it as a police officer. If that gun's going off, someone's dying, especially on a school campus, because active shooters are so prevalent nowadays. So that resorts back to your training. So that's really what I mean by the active stimulus. When there is no active, look at things. Where do I do? What do I want to do? Where do I go? Things like that. And I'm talking as an officer that would be armed and working towards that situation. You may move things, but when you have active stimulation of gunfire, we're trained, and our single officer response is to move towards the sound of gunfire.
Now, that day, you obviously weren't in your uniform with a firearm. You moved towards the sound of gunfire. Explain what happened when you came across Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, it confirmed everything, my worst nightmare. I knew that basically when I talked to Coach Bonner, but even more to the fact when you actually are physically see it and see a child, I think Kyle was at the time, I think he was 14 years old, and you see a 14-year-old kid with part of his, leg blown off from an AR-15. It changes your mindset. So again, like I said, not being armed and my main thing is to get Kyle to help. So I knew, based on where I was coming from back.
And I'm going to ask you to just clear the screen. That way we can restart from this portion up. If you hit the eraser.
Oh, I'm sorry, me. I apologize. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll
So,
move this over this way.
Yeah. So I knew, I'll go back to the pencil. I knew back in this area here, which is our offices for Coach's office, that there was a parent and Coach Fitzgerald, who was the baseball coach in there. I knew there were two people in there. I knew we had a first aid kit. So my thought process is I got to get Kyle somewhere where I can get treatment onto his leg and get him medical treatment as fast as I can. So we were standing right in this area here. As we're standing there, another barrage of gunfire goes off.
And when you're standing there, is that barrage of gunfire clearly audible?
Yes.
And at that point, did you have any doubts to the direction that they were coming?
No, I knew it was coming from somewhere, which would be my estimation was it was somewhere in the area of the 12 and 13 buildings, somewhere in that area here. As I said in my deposition, I didn't know if it was inside, outside, any of that information. I didn't have the visual stimulation of, muzzle flash or anything like that. But by the way we were standing out here and I end up running this way with Kyle, and the shots going off, you could almost feel the percussion and the reverberation of the gunshots bouncing off the buildings and stuff like that. Like I said, I wasn't able to say exactly, okay, I couldn't tell you that he was on the 3rd floor shooting out the windows like we found out at a later date, but I could tell you it was coming from somewhere in that area. It could have been anywhere. I wouldn't have known that.
And did you get an opportunity to go seek out and learn where the shooter was in that moment?
Not at that moment,
And why not?
because I was tending to Kyle. And
What
yeah,
happens?
and so Kyle, again, he's still crying, screaming, once, asking to get a hold of his mom. We run up this way. I take him down along until about to here. When I get to here is the first time that I see a police officer, the deputy sheriff. He was standing on the outside. I don't know if you can move this down a little bit or not, but he was standing on the outside of the fence. So he would have been somewhere out on the outside of this fence here, somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, but somewhere outside there, and he was standing behind his car back there. As I'm coming down through this thing, I'm yelling to him that it's active shooter, and that I had a gunshot victim.
Now, at that time that you encountered that police officer, you didn't have a radio on, correct?
No.
Okay, so did you know why that a police officer was at least 500 feet back?
No, I had no idea.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. So I yell at him, tell him that, I have a gunshot victim, that it is an active shooter situation. We make eye contact, so I know he hears me. I know he sees me. Again, I don't have a radio. I do find out later that he does put it out over the radio that we have a gunshot victim by the football field. And that was the information that I gave him. So as we do that, I'm sorry, from there, we continue all the way down around back into this door here. I get Kyle into the locker room area. I quickly do a pressure dressing on his foot. I asked him a couple questions. He told me a description of the shooter. Kyle is an avid airsoft gun person. I don't know if you guys know what airsoft is, but they shoot little pellets, little BB, like they're not BBs, but they're white pellets, and they have places where you can go and it's like kind of like a paintball type thing. So he plays that. So he has a familiarization with weapons and things like that, because the weapons kind of look real, but they're not real. They're not real firearms, but they look real. So he was able to tell me that the guy was a male. What he said at that time was a black mask, wearing, I think, black pants, black vest, and had an AR-15. And that he was shot on the 3rd floor, and that multiple people were shot. That's basically the information he gave to me. Learning that information, I called our dispatch. I don't have a recollection of whether I called 911 or our non-emergency number. I think I later found out that I actually called our non-emergency number, which I don't know why I did, but just happened that way. But I talked with one of our dispatch supervisors, and it's answer the phone, Pat Thurman, gave him the information over the phone at the time, and I thought everything was fine. Comes out later, when I went back to write my report, I asked to get that audio taping of that thing. Well, unbeknownst to me, my call dropped in the middle of the call. So obviously with that many people coming in the area, everybody on their cell phones, my cell phone dropped without me knowing that most of the information didn't even get to our people. So
As you're in that room, you've rendered aid to Kyle.
Mhm.
Did you take precautions to try and stop the bleeding?
Yeah, I did a compression. We had a bunch of ace bandages and thing. I basically packed the wound as much as I could, did a full compression bandage on it. Like I said, I was talking, he was trying to get a hold of his parents on the cell phone.
Now, is that typical of what you would want to do to a gunshot wound victim?
Yeah, because with gunshot victims, the most dangerous thing with gunshot victims is bleeding.
Is it important to get to a gunshot wound victim quickly in order to stop?
Very time is of the essence with gunshot victims. Absolutely.
Once you applied were you able to stop the bleeding or at least slow it down?
I don't even know. I packed everything we had as far as gauze and bandages and stuff. Like I said, we had 2 big ace bandages. I wrapped those thing, and within seconds, maybe minutes, there was EMS there. So they were able to take over that aspect of Kyle.
And in response to what Kyle had told you, did you know that there were additional gunshot wound victims inside that building?
Yes.
And was it important to get them aid to their
Yes.
wounds as well? So what do you do next?
After I made the phone call to our police department, I actually called my wife. They were okay, which they were sheltered in a building. So once I found that out, once I found that out, I went outside. When I went outside, I met who actually is our chief now, deputy. At the time, he was a captain. Now he's our chief of police, which is Brad McKeon. Brad McKeon at the time was a SWAT commander or SWAT XO for our SWAT team. He had pulled up here into this area here. His car, his exposition was parked there. He had a SWAT vest and an extra handgun. So I grabbed the SWAT vest and the extra handgun, and then we took off back towards the area of Building 12. I told him exactly. I knew where we were going because based on the information that Kyle had given us, all this stuff that had turned into Building 12. I'm very familiar with the school. I spent a lot of time there, so I knew exactly where to go. So basically, we went out this thing back through here, back up along to here. We checked, and as we're going, we're clearing because you don't know. I mean, we haven't had at this time. We haven't had any more active stimulation. There's no more gunshots. There's no more, active stimulation of what actually could be, or that people are being shot or anything at this point. So it's unknown exactly where this suspect is. He could be, he or they could be anywhere. You don't have that information. So we were checking, places like we checked the shed, and then we checked over towards this area. But then we ended up on the corner, right here on the corner of Building 13. When we came around the corner of Building 13, Coach Weiss was laying right here, right outside the door of the stairwell. We started to go to check him, but there was a deputy, I'm not sure the name, I think it might be Deputy Goolsby, if I'm correct, was posted up on this corner right here. He was providing outside security, outside coverage of that area. There was already, we later find out just momentarily, I'll do Coach Weiss first. We started to go to check and see if he was deceased.
Can I ask you to clear the screen one more time?
Yeah, sure can.
Ask you to mark for us.
Sure.
One more time. When you first walked up, where was
We'll show you. All
Coach
right.
Weiss?
So we walk up and we're stationed right here on the corner of Building 13. Coach Weiss is laying on his back right outside of the door that opens out of the stairwell.
And at this point, you don't know whether there's still an active shooter inside the 1200 building,
No.
correct?
No, we didn't even know there was people inside the building at the time. That we didn't know that until we started to go across this thing. We were going, the plan, me and Chief McKeon now, our plan was going to go into the building. But go ahead.
Knowing that you have seen a student that's been shot, there's an active shooter on campus, why are you entering that building?
Because that's the last place that we had information where that subject was. That's where we still believed he possibly could be at that point, based on the information that I had.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start to go out across. The officer Goolsby, who's standing over here, reaches out to us, calls out to us, basically says, don't check him. We've already checked him. He's deceased. We then move right back to where we were, and we look up and you can see the third floor windows that were shot out from the third floor. Me and Chief McKeon look at each other and like, this isn't a really good place for us. We're kind of out in the open here. We don't want to be here. So we walked across this way, well, jogged, whatever, ran across this way. And then we paired up with Deputy Goolsby, myself, and Officer McKeon, Chief McKeon. And we stayed in this particular position right here and covered this backside of the building. Reason we didn't go inside is what we were told by Deputy Goolsby is that there were already two teams inside. We didn't think there would be, we thought that would be, we didn't know if they had already actively started to search the school. We didn't know what was going on, so we didn't want to put ourselves in the position where we open a door and you're friendly fire or anything like that. So we decided that the best case for us would be let the people that are already inside the building, there were supposedly already two teams in there, go ahead and search that building and we'll provide cover on the outside.
What is friendly fire?
Officer versus officer. So, I mean, obviously with me, I can share that when I came around this corner here on this south side, Deputy Goolsby actually didn't know if I was a police officer or not, because all he saw was a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and a vest, even though our vests do say police on them, even our SWATs do. But, you know, it's you look for the guy in the uniform, you look for the guy and think, so when he saw somebody that wasn't wearing a uniform, he automatically like, whoa, what's that? So that would be a case of friendly fire. So, so we decided that we're going to go ahead and stay on the outside of that building. And like I said, provide cover from there.
And were there other officers inside?
Yes. Yes, there was, from what there's, I don't know how many, but there were two teams. We stayed in that position for quite some time. They were trying to gather information from the video, which they were watching, I guess, which was not in real time, but they were getting information where they thought he was upstairs. I didn't have a radio, so I wasn't privy to a lot of the information that was going on, that was going back and forth. Most of our guys wear earpieces, so it's not broadcasted out thing. We stayed there until I believe, I want to say it was two Bearcats showed up from the sheriff's office and SWAT teams, and then they entered with the teams that were already in there. We stayed there until it was determined that the suspect, Nicholas Cruz, was not in the building, and that the video that we're getting was not real time. So at that point, I met up with one of our canine officers, which I feel comfortable, obviously working canine. I feel comfortable working along with the canine officer. So I met up with him, and then we started systematically clearing, and I'm going to just we came over down here and we systematically started to clear this area over here with the dog until we were told by the sheriff's office to go ahead and put their dog up, because they wanted a coordinated command of where everybody was. So they asked us to stop searching so that we could get a coordinated, so you just didn't have officers going everywhere and not knowing where people were and what was done and what wasn't done. So they asked us to put the dog up until we could get a coordinated response to how we were going to clear this whole entire area as a team together.
Explain for the members of the jury what the difference is between when it's appropriate to systematically clear and take your time and when you have to move towards the sound of gunfire.
Yeah, it is based off of that. It's based off the sound of gunfire. In this situation, which is active killer situation, active shooter situation, like I said, our training for single purpose response is to go towards the sound of gunfire. When that stops, then you can stop. But when that gunfire is going off, you have to know that every time that trigger is being pulled, that someone's life could be lost. And that's why we move towards the sound of gunfire.
Would you ever systematically clear a building while there's active stimulus or active gunfire?
No, I don't know how you want to call systematically. You're still going to move tactically. I mean, you're not going to be full out running down a thing. You're still, you're not going into it. You don't want to go in. You still want to be able to help people. You don't want to die in a situation on the way. Look, we all put our lives on the line. We understand what could possibly happen, but you are going to move swiftly and as tactically as you can towards the sound of gunfire. So you never want to move fast enough that you can't, take a shot or anything like that. So you will move systematically. I guess that would be the word, but you're going to move quickly. If that is clear, I guess I understand that.
Now, when you start to clear, you back up with the canine officer, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've actually.
Yeah. So we can erase this. So once we're told to go back, to the thing, they were still taking people clearing people out of the 13 building and the 12 building. So what I assisted in is I just assisted in the people coming out of the 12 or 1300 building, and then we were directing them through the parking lot out to Holmberg and Coral Springs Drive, or up there, I guess it's Pine Island. So we were working with people. So I was assisting in that until we got everybody cleared out of the school.
So if this comes before you start a new subject line, we're going to have to press pause on the direct examination.
Okay.
We're just going to press pause right where that's at.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press pause for the night. When I resume the trial tomorrow, we're going to continue with the direct examination of the witness. So please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. To reach into the case, please make research directly or indirectly from any source. I'm going to ask you to please not watch the news tonight. No news, no newspaper, no social media, nothing of any sort. I think there might be a basketball game on tonight for those of you that are interested in that type of thing, but I don't want you to watch the news, okay? Because of some matters that I need to handle on my docket that have nothing to do with this case, based on our discussion last week, that I never want you waiting around for me. We're going to start a little later than normal tomorrow. So I'm downstairs where they met you this morning at 9:45. 9:45 tomorrow, which is Thursday, June 8th. If you leave the notepads in your chairs, they will be waiting for you when you come. The deputies give you. I hope you all have a good night. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated, sir. I'm going to have you step down. No problem. You can talk to anyone you want about anything. Having to do with this.
I know how to do it.
Yes, sir. Witness stand.
You make whatever you want. Special. Smell me. Esteem everybody's not.
Okay. So we're going to address a couple things real quick, right? One, I'm sorry, Melanie. Let me turn myself down even more.
Yeah, mommy. You gotta put stuff back. So you got it, mommy. That is funny.
There we go. Here are the things, guys. Things don't change that much. What I want you to understand are A, this is not easy. The job we do is not for everybody. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to play Spot a Loki.
Spot a Loki. Mommy, let's spot a Loki. It takes spot. Okay, can you try spot Wednesday maybe? Is this like a sentence? Actually SLO. Is that make a sentence?
We're trying to the EMS dispatch.
I'm gonna keep my C maybe.
1 hour station 610, Bravo response, Franklin Regional Area High School.
Everybody gets fails and
Multiple stab victims.
I just
In 115, 115.
I'm just playing all together with a couple other players that that's point.
Hold on, Boo.
We're trying to the EMS dispatch. Long Island Station 610, Bravo response, Franklin Regional Area High School. Multiple stab victims.
No.
Station 610 acknowledges.
And D. Everybody cannot say that. I have seen what?
Station 610. So we'll try to see 3 stab victims. Who's waiting.
I can do it.
County Director 610 unit stage, Franklin Plaza, complete clear scene.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We're still obtaining additional information. We're not sure how many people are involved at this time.
Oh. Hi guys, I actually used we actually
Okay, can you tell me what's in the rear of the school? I need to know.
She gets 5.
Did you hear any yelling there? Did you hear a level of yelling and chaos in people's voices there, like you did during the shooting? Were people yelling on a radio?
Yeah, no.
That was my scene.
Mommy, I'm gonna
That was my call.
wait, I'm gonna make
Do you hear me or anybody yelling?
Mommy, I'm gonna make some pictures that
No.
whatever I'm doing.
You heard
I'm trying to make
I need people to stage next to the ambulance. Melanie, what was that call? That call you heard was the Franklin Regional High School mass stabbing, where more than 20 kids were stabbed. None of us yelled. None of us.
Because you have to keep it under control, or you wind up with a bunch of chaos. Don't do that.
Nobody is yelling. You do not hear people freaking out. You don't hear people saying, there's a shooter here, I need this here, I need that there. Nobody is yelling. I can play you the 911 call where I am the paramedic on the school shooting, and I can tell you, I am not yelling. We staged. We got out. There was no yelling. We did what was needed to be done. And for those that are saying things like this didn't happen back in the day, later tonight, I can play you the audio where my grandmother will sit there and tell you about watching Joseph Mengele stomp an infant to death. She is not yelling. None of that comes across. I have the 911 call from the synagogue shooting. You know what you hear that's different in the synagogue shooting? I have the audio. This pathetic excuse. This pathetic excuse for a school resource officer who doesn't know what's going on has not entered the building. You can hear, and I will play it later tonight, is Jerry, one of the physicians who is in the sanctuary while there is the greatest anti Semitic murder taking place in modern time, says to the dispatcher, I am putting my phone down under a chair. This is my goodbye. And you hear Jerry call out the gunman and run towards the gunman and engage him and scream at him to turn the gunman's attention on him so that the other elderly people can leave. And he says, you hate Jews, then come hate me. And that is the last thing you will hear on the 911 tape before Jerry is shot and killed. There is no, I didn't know where in the building. There is no, I didn't know how many shooters. If I play you all 25 minutes of my radio footage from Franklin, you will hear me over and over again. My voice does not change from this. My niece and nephew were there. The kids of my friends were there as students. There is no yelling. Anybody says we didn't have school shooter drills, how unprepared that school resource officer. That is not his job. That is the school district. That falls squarely on the school district. I run Stop the Bleed classes. I run how to act in a school shooting situation. I run classes for kids. My minis do not act like that. Anybody that watched the other night watched a 12-year-old disarm me from multiple angles. He did not hide in a closet. There is only so much you can do with run, hide, and then fight. He knows that if somebody is shooting into his classroom, my mini knows that your best chance is to pick up the heaviest object you can find, like a book. You know what? I'm going to take this another level. Isabella, if there is a bad person with a gun, we take a book or something hard, and what do we do?
Hit it at them.
Do we stand there and wait for them?
No,
What do you do if there's a bad person?
just try to pick up the gun and give them something else. That's all I know how to say. Why I hold on.
That's a just turned 6-year-old. Who knows better than to be a sitting duck?
If they have a very bad gun.
Because of how you raise your children. You equip children with the tools they need to survive in a situation where, unlike these kids, they turn themselves into sitting ducks by huddling together.
Yeah, that's never a smart idea.
Like you heard from her, you pick up a book or something hard and throw it.
At them.
You train your children. You equip them with
Okay.
with tools they need. Yes, it does go to the parents of the school shooters, and that's why the issue is being had where Ethan Crumley's parents are having to appeal to the Supreme Court as to why providing their child with firearms and ammunition was a stupid idea. That is why one of the things we're covering tonight is the fact that that 6-year-old shooter's parent is being federally charged. Not you, baby.
Mommy, heard everything you said.
You're good.
If the bad guy tries to convince me, I just look for a heavy rock and they'll throw it at them. Or hit it in the center.
School shooters, yeah.
I think
But the kid in Parkland didn't have parents. Didn't have parents. His mother had died. That kid in Parkland had been in the mental health facility. No, Melanie, I'm not mixing up. The mother of a 6-year-old whose child shot the teacher is being federally charged. I'm not mixing anything up. He shot his kindergarten teacher. I am mixing nothing up. Little girl. You need to teach people and your children and the schools and teachers about composure. Yes, Melanie, they were told multiple times. We are covering that later tonight, along with the new federal charges that have been filed against the parent. You need to own your child's safety just as much as a school does.
You always bring your gun around.
And you do that by teaching them what the, and you do that by teaching them
Always bring your gun.
what the, by teaching them procedures for maintaining one's defense rather than let somebody else deal with it. Because that's not their job. We could make it their job, but it's really not. It's your job to make sure that your children are educated properly. And that's all of the education.
She turned 6 last week and knows that you pick up a book, you pick up heavy things, and you throw them. Hi. Hello, new Sanji's friend.
Hey there, Haru.
You equip your children to know what to do in an emergency situation. Just like you teach them stop, drop, and roll.
Actually, safety school taught me that.
Yep.
Safety school, the very safety school.
I know. You teach stop, drop, and roll.
Stop, and go.
You saw little guy disarm me from every angle.
Wait, I don't know.
You make sure your children are not afraid.
I can be up there with brother.
You equip them with the knowledge and calm understanding that things happen. And this is what you do when it does. I have taught Girl Scouts, I have taught Boy Scouts, I have taught teachers, I have taught high schoolers, all the way down to my seminars for kindergarten and preschool. And I know lots of lawyers are showing this. And I know tons of people are streaming this. But how many have lived through it and worked through it? Sandy, unfortunately, they're not going to have a sword in school. It's an edged weapon.
Well, they wouldn't have a proper sword.
But in general, it's about disarming people. It is about owning what happens and taking control of a situation and not panicking. None of us are yelling in that radio transmission because that does not help anyone.
Especially not you.
You teach stop the bleed. You teach what to do. Not pile into a closet and be a sitting duck. And the disdain that off-duty officer had for that school resource officer sitting outside at the corner of a building shrieking into a radio.
You noticed that too, did you?
Hold on, sweetheart. Get up and go in. Find a set and go handle yourself and your business. And if you cannot find a set enough to go into a school and engage somebody, you're in the wrong line of work. I will walk into a building unarmed any day, especially if I know there are elderly people and children if there is a shooter there, just like Jerry did at the synagogue shooting. You turn their attention somewhere else, and you remember that you are doing things so that others may live. That is what you need to remember. It's not about me coming home every day. It's about as many kids or civilians or regular people making it home. And if something happens, I am well prepared. But it does nobody good to run and scream. Nobody. I will also say Uvalde was an absolutely horrific, abhorrent response.
Uvalde was a complete shit show.
I will also say, if you, and this is the one and only time I am going to say this, if you think coming to my stream talking about somebody who is singing or playing video games while covering this is appropriate, please take yourself back to that stream, because I will not have disrespect for people that gave their life. You will not play Zelda. You will not sing. You will not. I don't want to hear about it. Take yourself back to their stream. You don't belong. If you think singing and laughing or covering this while playing video games is a respectful approach, it is disrespectful.
Video games have a time and place. That's not it.
So, if you're going to come back and tell me, Sod, this has nothing to do with you. If you're going to come tell me about somebody playing video games or singing while they're covering this, you don't need to tell me, and you can see your way out. We are not going to cover a serious topic and discuss The Legend of Zelda or somebody singing. Absolutely not. Go find yourself a place on their channel. I very rarely condemn people or say something or someone is not welcome. I will not tolerate disrespect when it comes to covering a school shooting. I have worked too many. I have been through too many for people to play fucking Zelda
What's fucking Zelda?
and have to hear about it. So, I will see you guys later tonight. We're going to discuss the federal charges. We can talk about some of the stuff today. We can cover other things.
Not say tomorrow.
Hold on, princess. No, Sod, you don't owe me in the chat an apology. It wasn't a flippin' comment by you. We can use humor to decompress. We can use gallows humor. I am not above it. But there was someone that came in that felt the need to tell me about someone playing Zelda and singing. And I will not tolerate that kind of disrespect while covering something like this. It takes a lot for me to say that. Because I love you all. I will see you all later tonight. I love you all. Go hug your family. Stay safe. Tell the beasties good night and have a good day.
Good night. Have a good day.
Good night, beasties.
Good night, beasties.
You too, Micro. Yeah, I'll be on my channel here in about an hour.
And then I will
play the video games.
right. And then I will see you later tonight. Love to you all. See you guys later tonight.
Okay.